pencet. Sik. Audio output apa audio input ya? Sik lupa, sik bentar. Setting. Oh, sik. Tes. Oh, audio input berarti. Salah. Audio inputnya kita ganti. Tes. Wish. Halo? Aku juga sambil anu iki. Piye iki? Wes, kita makan dulu. Sambil menunggu ISL. Kita nonton ini aja. Di. Duk miku kegeden, Cok. Iki miku sing kegeden apa majelis sing keciliken piye iki? Tes. Tes. Kok suara anune ora ono? Sik bentar. Hei. Oh, iki, Bos. Nah. Coba ya. Kok audio outputnya ora ono? Oh, speaker iki.
Just away from the entry points. Bleed, we'll see if that's something they discussed in this timeout, as right now it's still going to be a 2-3 split, but it does look like we might see a guiding light into Showers, but no raise to follow up, just a little bit of extra pressure.
Yeah, they're probably aware now that, you know, B long has been the domain of something for the longest time. Quick little flash out from TP there outside of Showers, so that does give quick information for Paper X here. You can see that Bleed are chasing the kill through that pickup of the orb. Not going to happen this time, but at least Forces notified. Not get contacted, but, you know, just a bit of information on both sides.
Yeah, but that's both guiding lights used by Divide. Now, they have to hold on to these areas, especially by something, right? Because you heard 2 Vandals on the side of Showers, so something knows that he's relatively safe. Bleach should have heard the Trailblazer going through TP as well, so they know that there's still 2 members.
Saw him.
Yeah, catches sight of Ye, knows that it's a back out, but something doesn't want to chase through.
Yeah, especially if he's going to get pinched from both angles, right? B long as well as that entryway onto mid.
I mean, this is a successful fake out from Bleed. I mean, they stayed for so long until all of
Tes. Oh my god iki. Oh, audio input iki.
Oh, it's a wraparound for Forsaken, as Paper X will pick up a 6th round win. What a shot from something.
Nah, tes.
I would love to see this from Ye's POV, because I wonder, did he hesitate or did he simply land? Oh my.
He didn't hesitate.
No, he didn't. It's just extra bounce. That's all the time something needed.
Yeah.
Tes.
You know, be quiet a little bit just to let that shot sink in. What a shot!
Just another round for something.
Yeah.
Yes, coba.
That one hurts.
sih.
That one hurts because if he had gotten the kill, right, he applies pressure on the other side. You get free plant. I mean, it's a whole different round.
Absolutely. And you'd see Paper Rex trying to rush in things without being too prepared, especially, right? That is a very aggressive use of the orbital strike, and it seems like Paper Rex are actually going to just go chase for the kills right now. The separation onto the high tide, and Bleed can't escape. They have to get slowed as they try to just get out of the site itself. Redless going to have to pitch in from the other side, as we saw, but Mindfreak's going to be able to stop him dead in the tracks. 2 players of Bleed to remain. Scary and Scary. No more Durian. Gets the first. He's always been good with these kind of situations. Not this time, as Paper Rex put their foot down on round 10.
Dude, Jing is so good at Raze that he even helps Defy go for a peek out with the Blast Pack. I don't even know if that's intentional, but this guy is goated with the Blast Pack. What a pinch in on the TP. No wonder they commit those ultimates right there. The orbital strike to push them out. Jing goes through. Once he gets the kill, Defy's there to make sure that he can keep Jing alive.
Yeah.
Classic Paper Rex on Bind. You got to watch out for those TP plays.
What's the play now? Something. Just a quick little pick on short. Smoke. Viper Wall gets put on front of his face, so he backs away a little bit, but you do see there's 2 players right behind him waiting for that quick assist just in case.
So he's never pushed out on A short. He's never been on A short with the operator, see if they're ready for it, but that boom bot does let Retla know. Yeah, both of them kind of catching sight of each other. The Mosh will not land all the way.
It does give a bit of repositioning for something here. Yay gets that quick little contact. They throw the Dizzy. That's a lot of resources put just to get a bit of control on Hookah right now, and still Bleed are unaware of what's kind of waiting for them on the other side of this B site.
The problem also is that they don't have control of the TPs on the extremities, right? So you can't go for something like a Seeker play on B, see if there's enough members. If not, we rotate. If you use the Seekers now, I mean, they'll let you know where they might be. It's not going to be great. Counter Seekers coming out. Now that's a good timing from Paper Rex. Lets you know that it's not the B site. That's not the main force. These Seekers are all going to A short and Bleed. They are being chased in by the Cabbages. Only 30 seconds. Now spotted. They have to follow the Seekers' lead.
There it is. Orbital strike as well, used to flush out Jing out of position. Actually works in their favor. As well as the Seekers actually blinding something somehow. That's going to be the start of the take. Spike not blinded, it got stopped, it got delayed. This is not good, they have to rush right in, but you can see already Paper Rex trying to delay as much as they possibly can. This is not working in the favor of Paper Rex as Bleed stands their ground. Zest coming around, and something, he wants to go again for the no-scope. Not going to have it this time. Retla with a little bit of friendly fire, but it's not going to matter as Bleed pick up the round.
Oh, that was a dicey one. I mean, Mindfreak could have been the absolute clutchest of kills to deny the spike plant there. Just a peek out of showers.
Kenapa?
Bleed didn't have the time, didn't
Kenapa
have
harus
control
pakai anu, Cok?
of the entire site.
Kenapa harus pakai
Overall,
ODIN,
Retla
Cok?
fires back, knows that he's stuck
For
for
second ini nyapong loh.
They do their best, but yeah, I mean, they're just falling all the way over from showers. If that no-scope it in, I mean, something's in the waters today, for sure.
Second no-scope of the day, no? In any case, though, that was just some great contact, and I think just great planting of their foot on the side. Not just, planting the spike, but just holding their ground and making sure that they can just follow up what was already there. Oh, bit of trap being set up here between Defy as well as Jing.
These are getting shot down real fast. Bleed has to be ready for it. Sees him dash out, but that might be the extra trap now against Defy. Does he check for it? He does. He's just going to check the close corner. It's way too many smokes.
This wall is separating Jing as well as Zest. Well, the rest of Bleed still somehow here on Hookah. Forsaken. Smoke's dropping down. There's the quick little contact against Ye. I think he wanted to try to escape right then and there, but not going to happen this time as Jing is alone for the moment until the rest of Paper Rex come in to assist.
Now Bleed, they still have 40 seconds. They had control of the TP as well, but they recognize that with the molly, with the smokes, it's safe. Now Rettles still holding the lurk as well, but it's the long wraparound from something. They know that Rettles always been around somewhere to watch for the flanks. Tyrion good for one on the box.
Jing. Oh, they get two. This is the steps to maybe retake the site.
But the reposition's there from Bleed, right? They still want to hold on to a crossfire no matter which way you come through. Zest constantly, oh, he's not ready for the timing there.
Scary.
It's Scary all alone.
You can hear the footsteps too. Coming around the corner, no idea where something is! But he doesn't need to, he reads him like a book.
That was like a horror movie, right? You hear the footsteps get all the way right up to you, and then it just disappears. You're like, where is he? Is he around the corner? Is he behind the door? And Scary just recognizes, if I'm not hearing you, you got to be above. Gets the right read. It's a clutch from Scary, a much-needed one. As now it's a 5-7 scoreline. Not bad at all from Bleed.
Yep. This is the Scary movie. You know? The story of how Scary just keeps clutching. Gets Paper Rex over and over and over again. What a monstrous read to clutch out that round, especially when, you know, we saw something already kind of pincering in from that mid position. You called it already. Red Dot's been spotted. They started losing so much of, I guess, their post-plan threats.
That's, by the way, sorry, I didn't want to interrupt, but that's RB's nephew.
Which one?
The little kid in the middle that's holding up the sign.
With the blue shirt?
Yeah, and I believe that kid's father behind him is, of course, RB's relatives, brother-in-law, I believe. Just also cheering for RB. The sign said, please watch RB over at VCT China as well. Yeah, they've been coming to a lot of the VCT games. It's great to see.
He's been doing really well.
Yeah, he's been playing his picks of agents as well.
Hell yeah.
Continuing to perform out there. But for now, eyes back on to another teammate of his, ex-teammate of his, Zest. Currently not having the greatest time on the scoreboard, but overall the team still hanging on with 5 points going into the second half now on defense for Bleed.
All right, let's see the offensive posture here for Paper Rex. Mindfree, he's got the stim beacon, so it's going to be a quick little run through on B main, or B long, excuse me. Want to go for that quick little contact, while Bleed, on the other hand, is going to go the other way on mid.
Yeah, I'm curious. Pushing out from here does not seem to be the best because you can get pinched. Okay, but they're going to go with no audio. That I don't mind. I was afraid if they were going to go for a pop flash. They hear one footstep. They know it's just one as well. It's a quick peek out, and now you know that's got to be a lurk.
They are pincered in, excuse me. So if we do see the push out from Devi, might be able to actually get a couple of unnoticed kills here from the rest of Bleed.
Yeah, that's the tricky part, right? You thought that Forsaken was the lurk. Are you ready for a second lurk?
He's so far from the situation too, especially when you can see that Paper Rex have planted the spike on B. Mindfreak spots out two coming in through B long, has the assistance of something right now, and here comes the firefight. Who's gonna get right on top? It's gonna be Paper Rex. Two players of Bleed now coming in through TP, drops right in. They're not wasting any time anymore, and Durian, he's still pretty healthy. He still also has the wingman, so if he somehow manages to push into this one, gets that contact against Jing, it might actually work out in his favor. Absolutely not gonna happen at this point, since Jing was just waiting outside a window.
Yeah, that Frenzy doing wonders for Jing on that close range, able to take out the Dizzy and immediately get ready for the trade as well. And of course, the late wraparound for Devi. Darion's ready for it. So the good news for Bleed is that they were ready for a potential extra flank, right? They heard the TP, they're ready for it. Even as they were going into the TP, you could see on the minimap that they were ready for a potential extra member. So they've got their heads on correctly here in the second half. But it's going to be Jing picking up quite a few kills, bringing him all the way up to 8.
Now they actually go for a massive peak, massive push on B long. You know, byproduct of that as well is they stop Zest from picking up an orb. It's all those little things, right? In any case, High Tide separating PRX Octagon onto the B site actually works out in their favor, just in case that someone's there pocketed themselves in. And now they're just holding off, waiting for those smokes to drop down, and they drop their own.
Yeah, and Bleed, you know, they think they might be able to try to buy enough time. You showed the sky earlier. You put up the toxic screen. Maybe that forces them to rotate back over to A. So you try to be one step ahead in the mind games, but this is Paper X we're talking about. They have the weapon advantage. They've got util. They will dive in. They always use that cove to kind of mask their entry. Works as a great shield, and now great post-plant scenario.
Yeah. You can already see what the plan is here for Bleed, is just not give the ult charges and just, you know, get taken by the spike explosion. Retla holding on Hookah, but no one's going to be exiting the site from there, so unfortunately he's not going to find any chance to maybe go for next frag. The Vice staying on the site, and he wants to go for the spike.
Oh my gosh.
Just, okay.
This is so smart. So you have 3 Spectres, right? And you're thinking, whatever, we drop 1 Spectre, it's not the end of the day. It's a bonus round anyway. But if we get those Seekers online early, that's huge.
Absolutely.
I mean, I love it from Devi.
Yeah. And I mean, it's still, what, the bonus round here for Paper X? So he can just get himself a pistol if he wanted to, and that's going to be all hunky-dory for him.
He's even just going to buy up.
All right.
He says, you know what, with the plants and everything, we got enough money. Let's go right for it. I mean, either way you cut it, I think going for the ult orbs there, great plan from Devi.
Yeah, especially when he's on a support agent, right? Why not? It goes to show how big brain the fisherman truly is.
And we see just an early Trailblazer coming out from that TP. It doesn't really gain you too much, though, right? It's not like Bleed is able to hold on to Shower's control. They're just masking it as if they are there. But we'll have to keep an eye on that if it comes into play. Now, Paper X, of course, they don't exactly have someone on the hard lurk, so not much information to work with themselves. So Paper X, they will say, okay, let's re-clear where we think Bleed was, right, with the earlier smokes.
Yeah, if there's anyone holding Showers right now and they try to escape, that mosh pit is going to cut off their rotation. Not going to happen this time, though, as Paper X just goes in for the mad contact. Scary now throws out the molly. Is that going to be enough? The flash onto Vi by himself. The wingman not going to do anything else. And Scary gets away. Forsaken somehow manages to sneak up into the front of the site. High Tide goes down. As the dust settles, it's a 3-on-3. Retla finds that rotation from something. Forsaken got to have to go big onto this one, or else it's going to be Mind Freak all on his own. Gets the first little contact, and the Phantom fails him. That's going to be Scary with the refrag and the 3K for the controller here of Bleed.
Yeah, good hold from Bleed, and I love that eventually they do take control of Showers. Now, it doesn't work out. They don't win the trades. That's unfortunate. But at the very least, you know, in the grand scheme of things, their early util not entirely wasted. They are able to get that information nice and early, allow Scary to set up right at the entrance there. Dodges just that guiding light just barely.
I like that. Just a quick, concise, nice.
Yeah, I mean, you got a long way to go. It's early to celebrate just yet.
Fair enough. Oh, one more. Ah. That hurts. He was just showing off his shoulder, and you already saw something was so prepared for it. Vi does fall to Retla, but a refrag was already inevitable. Durian, he just barely missed the peek out from something on Cubby. That's going to be quite difficult.
It's a good call. Doesn't want to make sure that he's spotted. There's the showstopper. Doesn't find the kill. A good spread for Bleed. It's going to be the pickups from the backup. Showstopper just going to be that bait. That's a 3v1. Not even Scary going to go for this one. It's not like it's map point. It's not match point. Says we've got a longer way to go.
Yeah.
You'll back off.
They have some money to buy up into that next
round
round as well.
Yeah, it's a dicey one. I mean, 2 members at 0 creds, though.
Yeah, for sure.
Dead even on 0. Haven't seen that too often.
Really?
Yeah, well, you know, now in this next round for Bleed, I mean, the jewel peaks, and this is the biggest change we've had with Bind, right, is not so much the map, but it's Sky.
Yeah.
Right, back in the day, you could always go for early guiding light, you know, test out B main, and back out of it. You can't do that anymore. You got to kind of risk your own life on there. If not,
Iso
You
nggak sih
will want to
ngomongnya?
pair up with the Gecko.
Duh,
That way you can go for double
11.00
util and then rotate
UTC.
one over to that A site. But that does mean you're giving up control of, at the very
1
least,
jam
A short.
35 menit. Oh, 1 jam 35
And because of
menit.
that, right? Players that can just
1
kind of
jam
match
35
up or
menit.
get those
Anjay,
good
nobar
reads on
kok.
the body language of their
Para
opponents. Gets that one up, especially with
pemburu
something just
meme.
again knowing that because Zest hasn't truly spotted him, right?
Para
Because Zest was
pemburu meme
only
dan mano.
you get the line of sight from the eyes, so unless he like
PMM.
really goes out with his
PPM.
face peeking through something, he's not really
PPM.
gonna get that contact that he wants to,
Anjay.
even on the minimap. If I'm not mistaken.
Okay, so now it is going to be the early guiding light. Just wants to use it. If he doesn't get a spot, maybe even go for the orb. But now with that spot, okay, so Bleed, a bit of an adjustment, right? In the earlier rounds, they tried to put pressure and they tried to force a rotate out of Paper X. This time they say, nah, it's Paper X. They might still be coming here. Zest is ready for it with a Sheriff. Scary comes back for support. Pop Flash just to buy time.
Ooh, too much. That's going to be the punish. Jing coming right in, a bit too over-aggressive as Redla
Redla's
coming around the
not
corner.
spotted.
Oh
They
no!
have not
Oh
seen
no!
it at all, and he's about to explode.
Jing
Actually repositioned
tidak
on
mengecek
block, but this is
kiri.
perfect right now, as it's a two-prong pinch just in case, but the smoke separates Dorian from assisting Redla. That's going to be the unfortunate case right then and there, as a 2 versus 3 comes into swing. Dorian's got a chance maybe to peek out of elbow, but, I mean, Device just so aware.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, you already cut off the backup. The only one that you haven't really cleared is going to be Elbow, so Paper X head on a swivel. It's a nice idea from Retla. I love the trigger discipline. Sticks around for it. Gets the weapon pickup as well, but just couldn't land the connecting shot.
Yeah.
Nice, mengono tok.
Again, just goes to show how
Opa Jing
much pressure there
balik.
is on Bleed to
Lah, nasib
individually
monyet
just
be.
try to
Monyet
perform. You saw
jadi
how much they just
kebun
want to chase
di
for his
kebun
skills after that
binatang.
first one, so they
Ora,
can
ora,
get
ora.
more advantages.
Anu,
But it's
apa
traps,
jenenge?
man. It's Paper X
Inaktif,
luring you
inaktif.
in. False
Inaktif
sense
ini
of
maksudnya
security.
yo ndak main ndak
Almost
anu
done.
ndak
Orbital
gantikan.
strike. Oh,
Kemungkinan
Dorian
sih gantikan.
gets away, both of them injured, but they can at least double up with Zest, who's all the way on B long to maybe get healed, but that's far too away. They need to still hold on to the back of the site here.
Iya,
Just
Bo, aku
in
kok
case.
sok
Yeah,
tahu
but
ya.
that means Shower's
Follow.
control gone. You can't pick up the Thrash again. You
Nah, iki.
already took damage as well. Darion will be going for the heal. But now you
Karirnya
give up
masa
that entire
ancrutan.
area. And
Bahasamu
Paper X, they knew
Lin.
the op was here
Kok
as well.
encrut-encrut
So
ya?
they'll inch forward. They know which angles to now check for if the op is still
Lin
set
ini
up on the A
saru.
side. And now it's just going to be a classic 1-4. Forsaken will try to fish for information. Something's going to get the first pick. And Forsaken's now just on a free lurk.
Kok internetku
no.
lemot ya asu kok.
He's
Oh,
He's
he's
actually
wrapped all the
going
way
siapa
around.
tahu
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he knows, he hears him as well, right?
Paper X,
So he's
nah.
just giving
RGB.
that information. They're just going to pinch on him right here. They're getting tied up. This is all set up for Forsaken. The flash as well.
Oh,
I mean,
substitute
Paper
pengganti.
X absolutely
Wis, anjay.
toying with their food at this
Kok main
point.
bal-balan wae kok
What a setup.
penggantine barang.
what a hard read. And now it's all down to Durian. We'll see here how the dedication of Durian sticks with Bleed. Maybe. Then as I try to ramp him up, that's just Mind Freak already cutting off his approach to the B
Sing
site.
sing encurutan,
Where
mes
here,
encurutan
one
iki lho, Lin.
more round.
Lek
And
awak- lek
Paper
kamu
X, they're
ngerti.
shooting
Iki lho.
themselves into the playoffs.
Yeah, with a nice clean 2-0 as well. Paper X
Aku hanyalah
obviously
pengganti
taking that
untuknya.
kind of rough loss. Oh,
Kayak
what a
Mulin,
drop there. And then a quick peek out against Ye. Ye was even holding that angle. Something just a bit quicker. One more round to go for Paper X. Wrap up their league play here in Stage 1 with a nice 2-0 victory. Lock themselves in for playoffs over from the Omega Group.
Bleed trying to do something different right now with the triple stack on Hookah, waiting maybe for somebody like Jing. Forsaken possibly even, because they know that he's been lurking somewhere on B by himself. So they're trying to time it here, Will, to go for that push out, but Forsaken's gone the opposite direction. And just in case it gets a little bit too hairy, he can always TP out of showers.
Yeah, now the rest of the
Bisa
members, okay, it's just a
barang
showstopper,
dong.
but yeah, he's not able to check all the corners right on time. And I was about to say, I mean, Bleed's positions, it did not seem great, right, compared to their teammates pushing all the way out of B. I mean, you're
Jay?
separated over on A,
Oh,
and Darian
no,
gets
no.
spotted right by the smoke.
There's the flank.
It's all falling apart. Scary will get 1 kill. It's still 2v3. No control of this site by Bleed.
Yeah, Spike has yet to be planted though, but 40 seconds. PaperX not rushing. They can just reposition as much as they can. Wait for the high tide for Forsaken to come in, because now they know that 2 players of Bleed are going to be coming through here on a short reckoning for that extra bit of safety. They're trying to pop shot through the high tide here, maybe just to hopefully get a pick through the wall, through the smoke. There is just so much risk that Bleed are trying to get into as they rummage their way into the site.
Yeah, but look at Mindfreak. He's already on the wraparound once again. Are they going to be ready for it?
Guessing.
Got the pit.
He's got a molly too, so just in case he can't find him inside the Viper's pit, that's when it can be thrown out.
This is not the greatest spot, right? They don't realize that it's on the other side now.
Oh,
they
saw the barrel!
Oh, what a shot from Forsaken as well, and that will just be PaperX ending the game 2-0, not breaking a single sweat.
And they're going to be what? Our 4th team right now that will be heading into the playoffs here at Split 1. What?
I mean, PaperX fans will say, never doubted him, right? Never was worried. I think some of you were shaking a little bit after that Team Secret game, but PaperX are right back in form. And meanwhile, for Bleed, I mean, it's a bit of a heartbreaker. You know, we saw a couple games where they looked like they might be starting to gain some confidence, but it's a tough schedule here at the end. Of course, they still have one more match coming up this weekend against DRX. See if Bleed can prove that they are still on the up and up, getting ready for Stage 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Lots of things that Legia was mentioning in that interview where he feels like there's still so much more potential that can be developed here in Bleed. Right now, honestly, against this match against PaperX, I think we still see that, right? There's so much more proactiveness that we've been seeing from Bleed here. Sure, there were some times where they would want to go for those challenge kills. Who wouldn't want to go for those, right? If you get an advantage, it's going to be perfect. Anyways, we're going to be passing it on to our panel to discuss this massive series even further.
PaperX can now breathe easy. They have that playoffs secured. And for Bleed, unfortunately, the story continues for them, and it's only going to get harder and harder from this point out.
Yeah, I mean, there's still that one more match. It's against another Titan, but, you know, they still have that chance. Meanwhile, I mean, I want to say that on this map, Bleed brought the fire with them. This looked a lot more competitive than Ascent, and they had some insane thrifty rounds and crazy sheriff shots. It was a little bit difficult for PaperX at times, but that said, when you continue on through, PaperX just start to get in the flow of things.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Bleed certainly looked better, but PaperX also had some ridiculous moments, right? Like this shot here from Something. Classic tap for good measure. PaperX, you know, like they said, not a single sweat broken. And they kind of looked like they were having a lot of fun. You know, Something was really popping off this time. Divide was consistent as always, had some crazy moments. And you know, they're going to playoffs. I think we could have predicted that at the beginning of the season, but, you know, some ups, some downs, certainly a big up for them in this one. And going to be curious to see what their level is going to be like going into playoffs. This, for them, obviously, they were the big favorites, and they made it look that way.
It's sort of like balance restored, I guess. It's like PaperX playoffs, okay, calm down, everybody. It's fine, but we couldn't have predicted that this was the road they would take, right? Especially since, you know, we did see them falter in quite a few matches, but here they are, it's secured, they can breathe easy, they can recuperate and regroup for what is about to come. And right now, we do have our guess and gain segment, and
Someone
as you
took
can
a risk.
see, somebody took a risk. I commend that risk, but unfortunately it didn't pay off this time. We had the question, will Zest finish the first half with the most kills within the team? Unfortunately, Zest only got 2 kills during the first half, and Scary, I believe, was the one who got 14. So this means that people are moving up and a duck is moving down. We have
someone's taking the lead.
Ducks are people. I'm sorry, Quack. Ducks are people too. I'm gonna put you over here. Silver. And wow, look at you, mister. Look at you.
Giliran kok main Valo, aku smurfing. Just a couple steps away from Radiant, which is definitely my Valorant rank.
Yeah, I believe it. I believe it for sure.
Just one more step, easy. We haven't gone down yet. I've only been on this desk twice, and it's been only up.
Come with me, viewers. You are now with me. We are here in Platinum. Hey.
Hey, good job,
It's like
viewers.
real life, believe me. But yes, now we have Valdez, who is like, you are like looking down from your ivory tower here at everybody, sir.
Yeah, it feels good to be king.
And you've only done this with like, how many times have you been on panel?
This is my second time.
How is this possible? Can we have a recap?
I have only gotten 2 correct. One of them was a double pointer, so I went up to diamond on my first day, and then I just got this one right. So I forget what that one was. I remember the one that got canceled was there was who would get thrifty first, but nobody got a thrifty.
Game kompetitif sih nggak ada sehat-sehatnya, Cuk.
And then you realize Azurai is like trying so hard at this game, and you show up on panel twice, and you're suddenly, you know.
Paling game
Azurai is
sehat
the
iki lho.
predictor, and I'm
Demi
the
masuk
guesser.
dingin.
We all have our strengths. We all have our strengths in different.
Iki konten warning.
We'll find that. That is your journey for Pacific. We're gonna find that. But right now,
konten warning
definitely
kuwi, no.
PRX, their strengths is on, you know, playing maps exactly this way, right? We saw that fearlessness come back. We saw, well, you know what Paper Rex is like when they're feeling so comfortable. As you mentioned, Valdez, right? They come up with those like, really cheeky plays. They come up with those fearless, in-your-face plays as well, Quack.
Yeah, precisely. I mean, the way that they started out on this map, teams from Bleed, they were firemen. They were moving them where they wanted to go, and then they extinguished them. I mean, the way that they control this map was to play around the teleporter, and that's how you want to play around Bind. Bleed were often forced to try to explore around the map, but they couldn't really go around the teleporters, so it's always a little bit difficult. And at times, they just resorted to baiting out those utilities from Paper X and then trying to go in for an all-in play. But Paper X were prepared.
Main apa ini?
That one round where he
Aku
got
juga
like,
tidak tahu.
might have been a no-scope against Ye.
Sambil
He
download
tried to
pada
break his
situ-situ.
ankles, and
Iya
something
tau.
was like, no, my ankles are
Anco
unbreakable.
MNC,
So Paper X, I mean, they just flow all together. They win off of like synergy and chemistry, and they knew exactly what to do. I will say
Bisa-bisanya,
though,
Cok, MNC.
Scary puts up great numbers all the time. I actually want to
Alah,
him and
akhir
like Mako,
bulan,
because this
Cok.
guy and Mako are always great for the 1v1s. The one difference is Scary sometimes
Kan itu sak mene
isn't
kok.
always with the team. He's like a little bit further back, and like he's able to get those wins and kills, but not always able to pull out together with that full force, and that's why sometimes it's not always a cohesive effort.
It's just another
Latency
thing that
18
we have
masuk
to
ke
work
piye,
through,
jalan.
right? As we you know go on throughout the year, you're dealing with 5 players that have very different play styles. They all have their own ideas, and it will take some time, of course, for that to really gel, right? Whereas you have Paper Rex, and they've been playing together for years already. They know this composition. It's just a matter of fine-tuning it for this certain situation.
Yeah,
Why,
I really did
MNC,
feel like
why?
individual players, good individual moments for
Oh,
Bleed
yeah,
looked
abang,
even
Cok.
better on the second map, but the difference in terms of like team synergy and strategy on Bind was like, it was huge. There was actually a really big gap. So obviously the Paper X members
Masa
individually
download
are
juga
fantastic as
patah-patah,
always,
Kak?
but it just felt like a big
Wes
team
mari.
diff in terms of like all the stuff that Bleed are still going through,
Oh,
still
iya,
trying
sih.
to figure out, still
Settingan
trying to work out
Dota.
the kinks, and
Gara-gara
on the side of
keyboard.
Paper X, it's just like,
Anu iki.
you know, super
Business
smooth
as
sailing. Yeah.
Keyboard.
Business as usual, for sure. And for
Keyboard
Paper X,
kok ora ono
you're seeing them, of
F1,
course,
F2,
in the
F3,
playoffs.
Cok.
If they're
Wah,
looking
parah,
like
Cok.
they're in this shape,
Keyboard
you know,
apa ini nggak
as we
dukung.
started out, of course, we did see those rocky moments, right? But it looks as though like Paper X, they're really coming into this, you know, like into their peak form once again, Quack.
Yeah, beat Global Esports, beat Bleed. Into playoffs, you never quite know. Will they pull out different agents again?
apa meneh basa
Kind
ndi
of not
kulin.
sure.
Look, it's there.
Clove, please.
Hey!
Yeah, right.
I'm still backing on Paper Rex being the first that brings out the clove.
I would want to believe so, but you never quite know. I mean, because right now you brought out the Sage, you're back with that, you know, Harbor Gecko combo, and something playing Gecko also with an operator, still landing insane shots. It's just the fact that, you know, at least for this matchup, they've been together a really long time. Meanwhile, Bleed, you know, maybe like a month, and there's like so much work to do. Meanwhile, Paper X is just so comfortable.
Yeah, I think for Bleed, you know, if you're a Bleed fan, you know, obviously should be a lot of you still. I think it's a bit of a disappointing loss. They didn't really look as good as they did last week, but they still need a lot of time, so don't give up on them yet, and hope they have a chance. They still have a chance to make playoffs as well. They're not totally out of it, so we'll just have to wait and see how they look in that match against DRX.
There still is something there, but something is, of course, on the side of Paper Rex. We have to put that joke in there somehow, some way, right? We're gonna send it to Jen, who is on stage right now for our post-series interview. So, Jen, take it away.
Hello everyone, I am down here on stage with Paper Rex's Davai after their dominant 2-0 win. Now, congratulations Davai, playoffs clinched with this win. Are you relieved and, will you be able to sleep with both eyes closed today?
Yeah, I mean we kind of like halfway there, I mean, job is not done, but yeah, halfway there. I think tonight will be a very good sleep, for us. So yeah, very happy about it. The same way,
What are your thoughts going up against Bleed?
I think it was even though the score looks one-sided or whatsoever, but I think it was a hard game for us. We feel that they were trying something slow, and playing against a slow team is not something that we are used to, So yeah, I mean, we definitely have to be smarter, I would say, in terms of reading their gameplay and stuff. So yeah, I would say it was a hard game.
You said it was a hard game, so do you think Alex is smiling right now or kind of angry at the moment?
I think definitely not slamming the table, So yeah, definitely.
That's good. You got the job done.
Yeah.
Now let's talk about that comp on Ascent, because we saw something very similar to that comp today in Masters Tokyo when CGRS was on the team. You guys played the Fate instead of the Sova, but pretty much the idea was the same. So why bring this back?
I think for Ascent, we kind of feel like the old comp was good, but I think we don't think that it's us, It's more like towards defensive side, and it's not so explosive, And that's why we trying the old comp again, and we feel like, maybe we should just stick to the old comp, this comp.
Yeah.
So yeah, we just feel like it wasn't really ourselves, playing so defensive and stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah.
The last comp really didn't kind of suit you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like we're playing too defensive, kind of like too scared, and
wasn't
we're expecting.
you, right? Yeah. You just have to be you. Anyways, that put Forsaken on the Sova. So, coming from a Sova guy, how would you rate his Sova?
I mean, my Sova isn't the greatest, but compared to other good Sova players, for example, like Sasi Com, I think his Sova did a pretty good job, but I would rate his Fate better than the Sova on Ascent. On Ascent, yeah.
Okay.
So yeah.
But still got the job done as well.
I mean, it's Forsaken,
Always
so,
do. Yeah.
Always there to do the job.
Now, with how everyone's been playing so far, would you say Paper X is ready for playoffs and that you guys are in that playoffs form? Are you guys happy with how you guys perform individually as well?
I think I would say we kind of like halfway there, but at least we win a lot of pistol rounds and not a lot of 50, So I'm kind of not used to that, but yeah, I mean, we win some rounds, So
it's good.
Yeah. I mean, definitely a positive feelings, I would say, inside the team. Like people are more happier, obviously, because we are winning, right? So yeah, I would say we kind of like ready, but also maybe need a little bit more dry run to run few more shots and stuff, I mean, people are gonna study us from these matches and stuff. So yeah, we're gonna try even harder from here.
I guess that's the job laid out for you for playoffs. But here's a hard question. I know it's kind of a Asurai's job to make predictions. But who do you think is going to be the last two teams to make it to playoffs? We have Genji, Team Secret, DRX, Paper X already in the playoffs. So
if I had to choose two teams from the list, I'm not too sure about the ranking orders, but if I had to choose, probably I would go for Talon and another one probably Zeta. I think. Yeah.
Alright, Talon and Zeta.
Yeah.
Alright. Is this from like the scrims or
I mean, kinda, we kinda scrimmed them a few times and they're looking good, like both of them, So yeah, I mean, if I had to choose two teams from there, I would go for these two.
Alright. I'll maybe kind of predict the same teams because it's coming from you, right?
Maybe.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much, Davai. Congratulations once again. I'll see you in playoffs.
Yep.
And that was Davai with the post-match interview. I'm tossing it off to a short break, but don't go anywhere because when we come back, it'll be Global Esports taking on DFM. We'll see you soon.
Cuk, aku di-share, Cuk. Wah, iki. Au. Aku di-share, aduh.
When we are apart, I will remember the summer. Remember when everything was
Oh, iki iklannya Uniqlo iki, Cuk. Oh, kudu polo tibake. Aku sok tahu tibake.
I just want you to be more patient because these guys just play contact. So
Okay, Team Secret, we need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
let's go.
Oh, secret, Cuk.
Let's go. Let's
Jesse
go.
Fast.
Red Bull gives you wings.
立ちグループ100周年。私たちは愛する立川にかつてないワクワクや感動に出会う場所を作ってきました。そして今、大きな夢の実現に挑戦しています。立川と世界を文化、芸術、スポーツでつなぐ。私たちが愛する立川を世界に愛される都市に。立川と世界をつなぐ。立ちグループ。
La la la. Kemanakah? Aku tidak bisa. Tidak bisa carry. Kenapa? Bisanya cuma mid lane sama off lane. Kenapa? Oh iya, iso iki. All units under your control ya, Bang. Aku wis lali ya, Cok. Anjay, mic baru po. Yes. Yes. Lah kok lama aja, Cok, 1 menit, Cok. Jadi beli yang mana? Fantek Leviosa. Mic bisa dikokop. Wah, lah aku tak kokop kabelin. Mike tak kokop terus ngono kok. Gue kulo Lin, tukang turu Lin. Jaga kesehatan Lin. Why? I want to be a carry. Anjuk level 34, Cok. Dan crownfallku carry kabeh. Astagfirullah. Wis main wiki wae lah. Wes kalian berdebat aja. Dota membosankan. Lene banget. Wancul aku dikei Phenomancer level 4 likur, Cuk. Iki yang ngono sok asik, Cuk. Sok anu iki, sok cuek, Cuk, wong iki. Aduh, kenapa Huskar, Cuk? I don't care about arrow, okay? I just only right click to enemy. Buat bakar shieldnya lana ya. Tapi dia kalahnya sama Ember. Kalaupun TA-nya mid itu baru bisa menang.
Look, Sagan, pray.
Prepare for battle.
We ride. To the battle. Since you command it.
Ya wis aku dikon tuku pipe, Cuk.
Forward, pet.
Iki veselan pisan wong iki.
Yes. Of course.
30 seconds.
30 second. Iso double rank. Bisa sekarang ada event yang double rank.
On the prowl.
Mati ku.
Rambo style. First blood. Agreed. Time to get angry with each other.
Look how the prey scatters before us.
Welcome to Korean Flax's Guide to Being a Dota 2 Announcer.
Ayo! Bunuh dia!
Good idea. As you will.
Loh. Gak dijopo tuh ambil musuhnya. Wah, sangar tuh san.
Yes. Attack.
Pasti mikir aku, "Oh, tekan ndi aku re. Tekan ndi kuwi?" Anjay.
On track. On the prowl. We ride. Run like the dogs you are. Agreed. Good idea. Of course. Leap forward. Forward by bounds. Good idea.
Oke. Wah, bagus.
Yes. Forward, pet. It's time. At last. To the battle.
Then kill the courier! Your courier is dead!
I'm under attack. On track. As you wish.
Bajingan itu ya suy.
Cringe you cur. Since you command it. Of course. Good idea.
Sip.
We ride. Scatter while you can. Toward victory. Whimper spoiled that shot. Cower before us. Forward, Forward by bounds. On track. To the battle.
Di sini tugasku hanya ngepull.
Leap forward.
Ngepull creep saja.
This one's mine. As you will it. Yes. Agreed. I knew this time would come. On the prowl. I'm under attack.
That's a twofer!
Stars, rain down upon mine enemy. Die. Top level and run, Matt.
Oh. Streamer besar anjay, streamer besar tekan di streamer besar dari mana, Cok?
Pardon the interruption, sir, but it's a phone call from your middle tower. It says it's being destroyed. Your top tower is under attack.
Leap forward.
Alhamdulillah. Wis dimulai kok. Oke lawan sapa to iku, Mang? Aku ora ero.
Radiant structures are fortified.
As you will it. Start. We ride.
Venoy cupu.
Your bottom tower is under attack. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Forward, pet. Fair warning. Your death has arrived. You came too Good idea.
That's a two-fun. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Deny.
Forward by bow for that point. Attack. Startle. Yes. You make a fine crater.
TA top. Soalnya dia Huskar lawan Ember masih bisa ngelawan. Coba ini loh.
Good idea. On the prowl.
Your top tower is under attack.
Good idea. Agreed. Top is missing. We ride.
Those sods! We've got their bum tower. Rock on, Tommy. Pardon the interruption, sir, but it's a phone call from your middle tower. It says it's being destroyed.
Oh, smoke.
Forward by bounds. On track. Dive on.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Ember going top.
Hey, someone check Roche. Maybe they're doing Roche. Wait, Dio did Roche.
Then. Forward, pet.
Oh, ana anune, Cok.
I'm under attack. Leap forward. Stars.
Au! Aduh.
The prize is mine.
Blunder. Mapet. Blunder. Sekarang wis untuk immortality lo, ayo. Wah, iki. Hadus. Oh, iki Huskar penjoki, Cuk.
This man. That's a super.
Since you command it. Good idea.
He's true. He is the chosen one.
Oh, iki lho.
Idea.
Oh, Huskare Mas Wiha, Cuk.
Yes. And the proud.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Hell yeah! There's top tower alone.
To the battle.
Wih! Atut!
On track. Vanish. Leap forward. As you will it.
Kamu mau ngejar aku ya?
My God, it's full of stars.
Agreed. Starfall. I'm under attack. Since you command it. Forward by bow.
My God, it's full of stars.
Tuck your tail and ride.
Ayo, masuk gak wani rek? Dia belum punya apa jenenge? Bling. Wah, iku lek bling wes susah.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Such power. Stop. Rain down on mine enemy. Of course.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
On track.
Apa? Oh, hey. Hunting manis.
The enemy's top tower has fallen. Die große Mannen auf dem Campus.
Since you command it.
Dan tidak ketemu.
Leap forward. The prize is mine. Agreed.
Rame sing live Dota ndek TikTok. Emang iya, Bo? Bullseye. Kok gak bullseye sih, hancur ini.
I'm not ready.
Ush. Telolet. Wancuk niat. Wis masa bodoh. Terlalu niat, Cuk. Tinoi. Halo. Seenggaknya live-mu bakal diulati banyak orang, Mas yo nggak stay. Aku itu butuh orang yang mau sama aku, guys. Masa aku live terus kamu cuma mampir doang kan? Nggak gitu caranya, guys. Baiklah, opo sih? Gua tuh pengennya kalian stay sama aku, guys. Biar aku nanti live-nya bakalan terus-terusan. Hancur opo sih?
Your top tower is under attack.
Sopo? Oh iki, troll.
Fair warning, your death has arrived. Stop. Bring down.
Duh, kok kamu pamit piye? Padahal aku tuh udah serius banget loh, anjay, orang-orang. Oke, mau pamit, silakan.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Wush, anjay nggak tuh?
Interruption sir, but it's a phone call from your middle tower. It says it's being destroyed.
As you wish.
Your middle tower is under attack.
To the back. Yes. Star.
Mana? Blingmu mana? Aduh, Kak Sito. My bad, Axe. Nah.
Forward by bounds. Sanaba. Inferno.
The enemy's middle tower has
Yo, tak bantu.
At last. It's time. On the prowl. I knew this time would come. On track. Good idea. On the prowl.
Aduh, sakit. Santai, aku tuh gitu.
At last. Good idea. Of course.
Your middle tower is under attack. Middle tower, take it off your Christmas card list. It's gone!
On track. Yes.
Iso miss tok
An easy shot. Since you
kok moro ono IE-ne barang, Cuk.
forward by bounce. To the battle.
Excuse me, sir, but it's your top tower. It says it's being destroyed.
Leap forward. As you will it.
Dhewe masangnya nang kene, Cuk.
Tower is under attack. Remember that top tower you liked so much? Mwah! Kiss it goodbye. Those sods, we got their bottom tower. Rock on, Tommy.
On track.
Goodbye, Con. Ayo.
That's a twofer.
Good idea.
Radiant structures are fortified. Their tower's
you
doing
will.
that woo thing. Fortified.
Since you command.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Excuse me, sir. It says it's been the enemy's middle barracks.
Right.
Wih, bisa-bisanya, Cuk.
Leap forward. Good idea. On the prowl.
Hey, their top tower got boned.
To the battle. Stop! Forward by bounds. An easy
You
shot.
just killed a boy band's worth of enemies. Oh, the humanity!
Stop!
Nerf this man. That's a twofer.
Shadows, take us. Agreed. Agreed.
Wish. Lewat di depan dia, Cuk.
Flipping Nora, we got their top racks.
Of course.
The enemy's top barracks has fallen. We now have back crates.
Leap forward.
invite anu dong. Trollku mana? Trollku malah di farming. Malah farming, cok, beketean situ ini. Wah, ganim wis gak usah item save-savean kok. Greater healing lotus. Oh.
It's time. Forward by bounds.
Bajingan, ora anu, cok. Guys, hari ini kita live streamingnya cuma menonton. Gak tau nonton apa. Sih. Nonton Dota. Tapi kok ogelan G2 IG, cuk. Masa harus Dota lagi, coy? Ya Allah, 3310, cok. Nanton Nanton iki apa, cok? Aduh. Ye. Nanton iki apa, cok? Iki iki support terus gak meta ya. Sudah tidak meta lagi. Berarti BH karo Ogre, cok. Masih jam 6 kok mainnya. Iya gak sih? Jam 6 aja mainnya. Dota 2 Wikipedia. Oh, setengah jam, cok. 35 menit. Karo-karo iki cok ancuk ya su. Dua 27 21, oh iya 6 hari yo. Oh iya sing aku streamingnya hari Sabtu dan Minggu aja, coy. Cari penghasilan tambahannya di sini, coy. Ya bukan cari penghasilan saya sini. Why? Aku pengen save lane. Kancuk bantere. Siap bentar. Tes mic. Nggak main. Lagi pengen nobar.
We're here for the second day of ESL on Birmingham in front of a fantastic crowd. And yesterday probably was the longest day at any ESL one ever. I'm very bold claiming that because there has been days where there were 4 best of 3 released into one day, but yesterday was insane. And I hope that that was just a little bit of a prelude about what's to come today, because of course, the closer we get to crowning a champion, the better the Dota is going to get. And today we have another 3 series coming your way, so I hope you're ready. Hope your drinks are ready.
Tuh ada gorek tuh si streamer marah-marah.
T-Gov and Kezu joining me once again this morning, and we got a gorgeous cow in our midst. How you doing, Gord?
Nice to be back.
Yeah, good to have you back.
Ada gorok tuh.
Yeah, how did you enjoy the games yesterday?
I'll be completely honest.
Sebentar ya, guys.
The games were very long. I mean, I did see you awake for a long time as well.
Yeah, I only missed the last one. A little bit of streamer jet lag, let's just call it that.
That is allowed, and to be fair, the games were long enough to need to sleep a little early to be awake here again for the first series of today. We're gonna have a good day. We're gonna have a good series. We're gonna have a good show, but we need to talk a little bit more about yesterday's show, because all series T-Gov went the full distance.
I mean, it's the product of us still being on this patch, right? We had so much time that these teams all are going to have a decent understanding of what they need to bring to this main stage. It's not as if we had some fresh big patch where everyone's kind of a bit lost. And on top of that, just the caliber of these teams over all the years are just getting so much better. And yeah, I'm hoping we just stick to 3 games. I think the fans enjoy the 3 games. We want that nail-biting game 3. We don't want to see any stomps on the main stage. And yeah, you will see it here in the bracket. So 2-1s, but again, we don't have any.
We don't have the names. We don't need the names.
No.
I want to talk a little bit more, Kezu, about the games that we actually saw, because we started the day off with Heroic versus Liquid.
Yeah.
And I think if you break the series down, how would you do it? Because it was a very back and forth one.
I would honestly say like maybe very chaotic in a way. Like I'm not sure if Liquid really expected Heroic to like kind of come out with punching like this. Like they give them like this Luna, this Chen, like some of the best heroes quoted off the patch, but they still kind of fought back. But you just have Liquid, they're like very good in the lower bracket, they have more experience than Heroic, so ultimately the longer the series went, I just feel like Heroic didn't really have what it took, and then Liquid, you know, just allowed them to take it over in the 3rd game and bring it home.
They really did bring it home. I will say we saw the best side of Heroic as well in that 2nd game, where they were able to bring everything together, and it's definitely a team that we're gonna see a lot more of in the future. Of course, they also did qualify for Dream League season 23, but it was a tough loss for them. Obviously, Team Liquid moving forward, Gord. So this is a squad that they caught themselves.
Zeus tuku Skadi, Cuk. Bayangno Zeus beli Skadi. Zeus right click, Cuk.
They put Liquid on edge, and well, Liquid got tested later in the day, but I think Heroic
Kita nonton Ivan.
what they did, and they're a lovely, passionate team.
Nonton Daniel Ivan turnamen.
Our 2nd series of the day, we have here some of the highlights, which is fantastic that we were able to cramp in highlights a little bit shorter than the games that were yesterday, because yesterday we had a really long series, the longest series.
Yeah, and this was a series where I think a lot of people, even myself, expected Extreme just to beat G2IG. It's kind of been the story of, you know, those teams, those players throughout the years. And but alas, yeah, we are going to be seeing G2IG later today, and yeah, the highlights here: Falcons versus Liquid. As Morg mentioned, Liquid, yeah, they did fall short, and Falcons were to win this series again. Another 3-game series. We got to see Huskar lose on the main stage, which is always great, but they bounced back with their DK in true form in 2 and 3. So yeah, Falcons, they I think are going to be the lower bracket kings now. I think they've stolen it from Liquid for sure.
I mean, they're just really, like, we all know how good they are, but they looked a little shaky towards the start. I would say that they're kind of on the...
Oh iya, sebentar ya guys.
Extreme would be on, but they got tested by G2IG, who ultimately took them down. So, you know, the lower bracket
sebentar, AFK sebentar. Lagi pengen melakukan transaksi gelap. Anjay, transaksi gelap.
We do, and I think you had a run in this morning with the...
You can call it morning, but I did wake up at 4 a.m. and the only one that was up was Amar.
Was he up because he woke up early, or was he up because he just didn't sleep yet?
He's just a fellow Degen.
He plays in 7 hours.
No, it's fine.
He's fine. The guy's 17 or whatever, 18. You know, he doesn't need no sleep, guys.
Yeah. He said the game 1 versus Liquid easy, game 2 we threw, game 3 easy.
Easy throw, easy.
Easy throw, easy.
Yeah.
And we can see what that does to the bracket this time around, as I'm sure. Well, we kind of surmised it already. Falcons is still in that lower bracket. They'll play at the last series of the day. So you're saying 7 hours? We'll see about that, T, because if the games are yesterday or anything to go by, we might be seeing that in like 9 hours or 10 hours. Who knows? But yeah, Falcons will play the last series of the day, and they'll go up against.
Si aku kate, oh iki lho, bentar.
Now, of course, there's a lot to play for here, and
ding 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 ding.
Here for with $1 million, but there's one thing that players might care a little bit more about at this stage. Let's take a look at the Esports World Cup circuit, because ESL Birmingham is the second to last stop in the system, which means you kind of gotta get your points out of this one, especially if you, for example, are not playing in the next Dream League. This is where it needs to happen, and it's very important. Gorg, I know that you already this morning said something about our first series of the day that is going to be incredibly important if you take a look at the leaderboards.
This might be the most important series today, which is OG versus IG, because both of them need these points desperately. And with some OG magic, maybe they can pull through. We'll see. But as you can see, they're both right at the cutoff there.
Yeah, the fact that they
Sejak kapan Bad Boom nomor 1, Cok? Bukan tim Spirit.
Shopify or Heroic or any of these teams have a good run, that's when it's not G2IG on the fringe, it's now OG. So I think this is really like
ngopi Mas. Oh. Ngopi mbok ya dikirim to ke rumahku.
Missing in this list.
Enigma.
Okay, but yeah, these guys.
Who's missing?
Ya bentar ya. Alamatnya ada di bawah ini, anjay.
Because they didn't get any points out of the previous events, or rather not enough to get on the leaderboard. And we know that they're already in the upper bracket semi-finals, or upper bracket finals rather. So they'll definitely get points out of this one. The way it works, that the points will show up once the team is, well, either victorious or eliminated. Obviously, eliminated comes first. So that's why you don't see Thunder yet. That means that, as said, both OG and G2IG are actually, you know, down a point, which means they're both they're still on the cusp, guys. It's going to be incredibly exciting to see which team comes out ahead of that. But a lot of action coming our way today, and I believe we can take a look at the 3 series that will be on the docket. We got ourselves OG versus G2IG, can't mention it enough. Upper bracket finals, T, that's going to be quite the blockbuster.
Yeah, Tundra versus Betboom. Tundra, the team that prevented OG from qualifying originally. Tundra, again, a team that, with the roster change of Mind Control and Toby, a lot of people expected them to be, you know, decent, but top 3 instantly, maybe not. Of course, they do have some world-class players with them. But yeah, going to be a banger series.
I mean, Pure has just been crazy lately. Yeah. In my opinion, the best carrier right now, hands down.
And nobody comes close?
Not right now. I mean, close, sure. But the guy is performing really well right now.
It's a good take. I remember around TI, you had this Nightfall is the top-tier carry take, but I think this one with Pure, he's really the standout player for this team. Also, when you go up against Bedboom, he used to play for them. You know, there's some extra added spice there. So overall, that's a series to look out for.
It's definitely a series to look out for, and of course, after that, I mean, if we're talking about our day, it's perfectly segued. We got the main course in our upper bracket finals coming out, and then we got a nice.
Tidak menerima pengiriman, dine it. Ya dibungkus no aku.
Yeah, so for breakfast, of course, it's been a long day, so we got ourselves some Greg's. Please, again, everyone's been drinking a lot last night, so I thought, again, I don't know if you guys, have you ever had Greg?
No, never.
No.
All right, I've got
I did. It was
I've got
lovely.
Greg's, again, paperless, paper bags now, very good for the environment. Would you like a steak bake or a sausage roll?
Sausage roll, please.
No worries, boss.
Wah, yo mau no, Kapitan Brewo.
We're not. Greg's, if you want to be sponsored, you know what to
Gas.
do. There we go, then.
Thank you, sir.
Steak bake or a sausage roll, Bob?
I'll take the steak bake.
That's the only one we have.
Yeah.
So you are. I'm sorry. Here you go. Shiva, would you like a sausage roll?
Sunteke botole gak oleh digomole, tak sunteke nang plastikan. Wah boleh, nggak apa-apa.
Here's my one. And we have one.
Mau yo aja plastik, mau di botol tapi ye.
No, don't throw it.
Who would like this final sausage roll?
Okay, if somebody comes.
Who would like the sausage roll?
Oh my God, guys!
I'm gonna throw this.
He ran real. Oh my God, there's two people.
I am throwing it into the audience.
No, don't throw its food. Don't throw its food.
Delicately.
He shares a birthday with Shiva.
Why?
Don't throw food.
They didn't even catch it.
But it came on a.
Why? Ngono.
It was inside a wrapper.
And it's a 3-second rule.
And it's a 3-second
Are
rule.
you taking a bite?
Who got the sausage? Yes!
Oh, wait,
Yeah.
He got the sausage roll!
It's all good, it's all good. And while we enjoy our nice little appetizer for today, let's see what Ted is up to. Hey, Perkin, where are you at?
I'm here with some of the fans on day 2. Sir, what was your highlight of yesterday?
Liquid winning one game, one series, that was it.
That's a sad highlight, that is a sad highlight. What was your highlight of yesterday?
The Extreme Gaming first game, 78 minutes, the 4-man slivering crush.
That was a good crush, but you are a bit of a masochist, 78-minute games. We don't want any more of those. What was your highlight?
My highlight was seeing Jenkins dressed as Austin Powers, and I very much, can I have a little?
You may touch the jacket.
Wow. Don't pan below my belt right now.
Oh my God. All right, enough about yesterday. What are you looking forward to today?
Oh, today I would say I've watched an OG play. I think that would be really cool. They're one of my favourite teams. So.
Well, there you go. They're up next. You get to see homeboy Ari on the stage. Your thing you're looking forward to today?
Sadly, I've got to be a bit of a sheep. Also looking forward to see OG play today.
Another OG fanboy. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. And what are you looking forward to about today?
Well, just enjoying time with my mates, to be honest. Yeah.
Cracking stuff. Well, I hope you guys all have a fantastic day. We're going to get into the arena again. I'll see you guys soon. Bless up.
Yeah, the audience
Bless
is
up.
ready, and you can see the players ready as well for day 2 here. OG getting out of the map to get some stage hours in. That's right, and we should be heading over to our first series of OG taking on the squad on your screens, G2IG. In just a little bit, of course, G2IG already has played one series on stage yesterday. Can they continue their momentum?
Kita lihat Daniel Ivan turnamen anjay. Cek, kok aku rada boring yo. Iki mulainya lo sik setengah jam lagi. Oh, we're back in 4 menit, cek. Apa ya enak ya? Tak adem lalu. Arcade. Oh, wingi sing-sing iku main apa sih? Auto gladiator iki enggak sih? Download. Nah, aku pengen main ini, Cok. Event Dota. Kapan? Oh, main iki wae lah. Iki ora apa-apa. Di Pro Galactic Survivor. Sambil menunggu dota. Oke? Oke enggak Mukam? Oi.
Gonna be thirsty work in the magma core today.
Complete the dive. Upgrade LMG gun. Nah, LMG aku yang gak iki, so.
Pick rails and pickaxes.
It's Dreadnought time, Miner. Find the damn thing, destroy
We're
it.
watching ESL 1 Birmingham, and we're in day 2 of our playoffs, and it is big shoes to fill from yesterday. I feel the series that we got coming our way, but if two teams can do it, it's these two. We got OG and G2IG ready to take the stage, and of course going ahead to decide which team moves forward. But as mentioned earlier, which team gets the points, and which sounds maybe not super exciting, but it's incredibly exciting because one of these two teams will be highly likely going to
Kok legendary 2 kali ya, Cok?
without having to qualify. And it's especially important because both of these teams are not qualified for 2023, so if they're going to get a point somewhere, it has to be here. So a lot of pressure for all 10 other players and the coach as well. So let's get this series started. When talking about these two teams, I want to start with OG because this is a team that came from the upper bracket, Kazu. They've been doing quite well. This is a team that wasn't even supposed to be in this tournament altogether.
Yeah, but I feel like that's like some OG stuff. There's always something that goes wrong, or they're not supposed to be here, or they have like one standing or two, or their coach doesn't make it, or 3 people don't make it. But there's something magical about this team, and you can see like with the young players, with Tomato, like you see them in the content. I feel like they're just very happy. I feel like they're all just helping each other.
Why?
Time, you know,
Magic
where like they just yapping to each other, having a good time, and it just seems to be working out for them.
I think they're just thriving on haters' energy.
That's true.
They just love it. Honestly, I wasn't sure what the rate was in the tournament, but I think I put them really high with the name here because I think that just because you think they're doing bad, that makes them do good.
That's fair. That's fair. That's like their whole track record.
Yeah, I feel like for OG at least when they added Tomato to the mix, tier 7, like having that connection. Boston just this was a roster change that didn't feel too crazy to add in. I think Tomato, he is like a leader from the carry role, and it just gives an additional voice that allows the chaos, the energy that they bring to just connect that in the game. And I think it's just inevitable that this team will be a consistent top 8 contender. Maybe like right now they're hitting it. Sure, they did qualify for the getting to the bigger events later in the year. Like this will be a team that will make state.
Gimme. Yeah, Gork, you want to specifically to highlight Tomato for more teams.
Yeah, he's also up there as one of the best carries. And I want to talk about his energy level, like Tigo mentioned. Like I feel like he brings the young guy energy back to the team, old guy energy, young energy. It's a good mix.
They have like this really good mix, and he's very confident. When you join these bigger teams like OZ or maybe you play with Puppy, like you need to make sure that you have this balance. And I think Tomato's confident enough to also make sure that you beat against that, even though he's a double PI winner. With the fan favorite here, Mr. Ari.
Ari is like, wait, is that the thing? It is for Ari.
But the camera guy just like really make sure Ari's aware that it's not him.
Kok farmingku titik so. Bentar.
It's like Devil Ari. If either of these two show up, the crowd will just of course they are.
Ah.
In Birmingham.
talked to a lot of people yesterday that said, you know, I was going to go to Berlin anyway. OG's my favorite team, but when they called the ticket, they didn't know OG wasn't going to be there, right? Because the team list was already out there, and OG didn't qualify, so they're like, you know, whatever. And then they do it as well. They do it anyway. They show up, and then they show up big time. Of course, starting out off the bracket, and I do want to talk a little bit about their series that they had against Switch. Definitely off the bracket because it did go 2-1. But the one game that they did end up losing was also maybe not meant to be. Or sorry, ended up winning. Was not meant to be one because that was a history event that they learned from that series because it felt like it was pretty much like
The first game was a one-time game, right? It was a 35-minute game.
Gotta move on, Miner. The drop pod will head out momentarily.
The second game, you would argue...
Stage 1 cleared. Be sure to spend your gold nitro before the next stage.
First 50 minutes is a lot closer, but I think if anything, it just shows that OG probably, at least on that day, weren't ready to be a top 3 team straight away. And if they have learned, like they do, often with the set speeches, the adaptation that they can make, this is when their low bracket journey can begin. And
your mission is clear. Get to it.
Journey, it's probably good compared to like maybe a Falcon, like who have already shown that they can win tournaments. Like this is like a little baby step.
Worry for further.
Yeah, you could say they're maybe on the same point of trajectory as V2IG. And we talk a lot about the mix between the young kids and the young kid energy versus the veteran. Of course, when we talk about the veteran, we talk about Seb. And we like talking about Seb, but we even more so like listening to Seb talk.
I think overall I'm very happy with the team. I think the team has incredible potential. More than I think, like I'm convinced of it. We've shown it to ourselves behind closed doors. I think we've also shown it kind of out there. Like just last week, I guess, you know, we were
The sky just lit up like a Christmas tree. We got a swoon incoming.
Series undefeated run. And you know, you go from that to not being able to qualify certain events. So we haven't managed to be stable enough for what this team can accomplish. There's a lot of back and forth, and it's not always easy to identify where it comes from. At the end of the day, the team is young because Timado has joined recently. Incredibly talented carry player. I think very well spoken, very smart, very easy to build around, which is rare in a carry. Already a great instinct. I want to call him like a niche player because I think he's specialist in what he does and it changes a lot. Amazing teammate. Whisper is just raw.
Swoon's heading your way. Load up.
He reminds me so much of Ana. It's crazy. He's just like a South American Ana. And DZM, I think, best in the world in his position. Absolutely amazing. Honestly, like roll to roll, I think he's like close to perfection in terms of what you can expect from somebody playing a certain role in Dota. He just gives you everything you could ever ask for as a team leader. Being at a LAN will help us maybe show something more stable, something else.
La la la.
Resources that are going to be able to use in a LAN environment that we don't really get to use online. We're just focusing on making sure that we get to show what we can do. Rather than trying to cover all angles, we just want to make sure that we're able to play a stable and a game that kind of looks like us. Probably since it's going to be a bit narrow, we're going to have to evolve and adapt, but we know how to do this. We've been doing this every single tournament. Because of the instability, we have a lot of work to go through during the event. So just fit us better. I think if we just show up and play our Dota in every map,
Una que nay.
we can easily break into the top 3. I'm very confident that will take us far in the tournament. That has to be our only focus right now.
Playing your own style of Dota 2 and just having that consistent is focused for all the competitors.
Excellent job.
Sí.
It's time for them to prove that they can have that level, the high level of play, while being on stage. But I don't
Duer.
Satisfied. The drop pod is arriving. Get moving. It won't hang around.
Yeah. I mean, OG, like, you have all this experience. They can always, like, help each other. Also, even at the first place, I feel like they're just happy to be here. I feel like that's always the case, no matter how they make it to the tournament. So if you're G2IG and you know that the fans are rooting for OG throughout this entire match, I hope that they're going to be, very level-headed, go into it, and know that there's going to be a lot of noise during these games.
Yeah. I would imagine so. I think we don't even need
Time's ticking, Miner. Move it.
got encountered already. And
Stage 2 completed. Taking you closer to your target.
It is going to be a tough game for OG because G2IG, I want to focus on that because they have yesterday was some of the longest series. So when we're talking about performance on stage, this team has already proven that they can come back. And this team has already proven that they are able to perform at that high level on the main stages. They were able to knock out Extreme Gaming yesterday. Who, by the way, Extreme Gaming is the recent champion.
Your mission is clear. Get to it.
They're doing great. So this is a team that did come of position 4 from Group A. So you know they were actually one of the few teams.
When this is done, I'm starting my own bloody war.
Yesterday they showed us really refreshing the style of Dota. Dota was great. Every single time they played, it was doing a drop through stuff like Naga Siren, running the game, keep the late where the waves push down, not allowing G2IG to make these big moves. But 3 drops in a row. Sure, the game's under time, but their drops so quite hasty. And in game 1 it was Slaughter, Flames and Clockwork. Game 2 like Iron, Slaughter, Weaver, Cottle. Game 3 has Manglia, Luna. Like there's so many pressure points to G2IG in 3 games in a row. I really hope that they utilize this again against OG. So we see like 2 high-paced teams going against each other. The only reason these games lasted long was because of the team trying to hold up the game as long as possible, rather than G2IG.
La 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 la. Terima kasihku padamu. Bu apa jenenge? Ante. Pergi, sik. Ayo, yang sholat, ayo, yang belum sholat. Aduh. Aduh. Ayo, yang belum sholat, segera sholat. Aduh. Tolong, help. I'm dead. Aduh, astagfirullah, mati aku. Sik, salah. Lagi anak nyawa.
I can see that. But no, I think for OG at least, heard it himself to do that. They want to play their game. They want to play their style. A lot of these teams at this level, they
fight for your life. Big storm is approaching.
Okay, they're going to take this here, and we're going to counter things here. Like, I think OG, as long as they pick their style, their impression, basically sure, like I said here, that they indicate the pick. But I think nowadays at least, we practice more, you know, non-to strategy rather than trying show us on the main stage.
Well, we're talking about this matchup. There's one player in particular is going to be a focal point for instance, a lot of people, both in the audience and at home, because BDM is going to go up against Nothing to Say, and Nothing to Say has had a quite good tournament so far.
Yeah, he's had quite a good tournament.
Okay.
Exemplary work. You achieved your objective in record time.
It's a pretty exciting game. Like, we expect him to do so well. I would also want to highlight Monet a little bit.
Aduh.
And he was versus Ahmed, the guy that judges all other characters. I wonder where they put him now. I don't know.
Yeah, that was it. If you compare Mono and Mono, like how would you describe their choice?
I think they're pretty similar. They both like the Luna. There's some
Thank you, kill me. Oh, thank you, Jack. Stage finished. The drop pod is prepped and ready. Get on it before it moves.
I would say maybe Monet's hero pool is slightly bigger, but Tomato is a little bit crisper when it comes to heroes like Morphin. We'll see what's more about.
Would you give him a little bit of an edge?
will head out momentarily.
It's just insane. And we need to scale like that all throughout the game. We can split push. I think it's a hero more Western teams are slowly going to start adapting.
There's also, I feel like this, like, Gleipnir, we see it
Oh,
on Rangers, we used
ini
to
dah.
Control yesterday, where they're playing it, like, all these weavers and clings, I feel like they used to, sure, they pressure the map, like, they have good early game, but they had a hard time, like, transitioning into the mid game and really pressuring and, like, catching people. Do you feel like that's a bit of a, like, a difference maker nowadays, and doesn't matter why these heroes are shifting more highly?
Yeah, I like the Gleipnir a lot in general, actually. I think whenever heroes are bad by Gleipnir, it's usually meta. That's why we see a lot of Weaver as well.
Yeah, we might see things like all the invisible bugs, of course, coming out. But
the damn bugs start feeling unsettling. You know, one quick.
Where? Are we? Where the homies at?
Where the homies at? We'll get them on stage in just a little bit. But I have not done this before the entire tournament, but I'm looking at right now. I want to know who we favorite, because for me, in my head, these teams are so even in terms of where they're going and their trajectory and how they can perform on stage. And it's going to be one word from my panelist. What's it going to be? Who's it going to be?
One word.
Good job.
That's all you got.
Oh wow. G2, thank you. You didn't say anything. You only used the word. It's fine. Yeah. It can't go another way, and that's going good. We're gonna get those players on stage because we were very close to get the draft started, but we're gonna go to the second.
Who's ready for some Nova this morning? Let's get our first series underway, and I'm going to introduce the team, the battle of the teams, one might say. A team that's a favorite of the crowd, featuring the UK Ari. Let's get him out here. It's RG!
The challenges lead up to the Christmas tree. We've got a swarming coming.
And their opponents today, who've already shown their mettle in the cauldron of the knockout round so far. Let's see if they've got what it takes to progress further. G2IG!
This is gonna change everything. The surface is too
Alright, I'm
packed
gonna need
for
someone from
supply
each team to
pods.
come up here
Please fear it.
and meet with your opponent. I think I've got Ari. You want to come here with JT? Get JT. Coming up, gentlemen. Stand here, please. Now I want a good clean match. Bump this. Yeah, nice. No tipping, no
Big
bad
swarm
no
detected.
DM, nothing
Lock up
like
and get
that.
ready.
Do you have anything you'd like to say to your opponents in play?
Step usually retention maybe, like no kill.
Mic drop. Thank you, Ari. What do you have to respond to that? Remember, you're speaking for the whole of the UK now. Good luck. We need it. Blow and counter blow. All right, gentlemen, to your corners. That's the blood.
Excellent job.
Let's get this on.
You love to hear it. You love to hear it. I'm very hyped for this match. Everybody is the most away from the draft. There's one more thing I want to talk about before we get the players who get to play.
Die!
We mentioned the players a little bit, but I want to mention their play, Ari and Steph versus Babocha and X-Nova, because I do see that they have a pretty good style when it comes to just a 4-0 on the spots.
Yeah, I feel like these players that they are a little bit more active. They want to join the trap. That if they win their lane through some mechanical advantage, they are going to try and use it on the map.
Ah, 30.
They've shown us a desire maybe to sit back and protect other cores rather than go seek out the fight. And that's going to be the biggest thing. Maybe coming into today, G2IG want to adopt the minute yesterday and try and match OG's energy. I'm really intrigued to know if G2IG will try and match OG's level of aggression, or if they'll sit back and maybe blast themselves defensively and change up their
I definitely think that it will do it. It showed yesterday that it did work. I wasn't really yesterday. They had a very different playstyle. But then when we saw Babocha with some high up early, like 3-man, 4-man, 5-man, is exactly what you need to bring against OG, because otherwise, if you're not doing it, they're gonna do it to you, and it's not no response to the match, it's gonna bleed, you're gonna have a hard time to a big ass.
Well done, Miner. Stage 4 was obviously a breeze for you.
Maybe I
Looking
do
forward to
play
your
that
easy
because
completion of the final stage.
Maybe that's why their playstyle changed yet. Maybe they're a real slow team and they're gonna stick to that.
They have the brains, they have little lowercase Cooper who understood, wow, this was so good. We only did it against Extreme, but it's so good we have to adopt it and take it into the next series.
The Dreadnought will emerge when you destroy the small cocoons. And watch out for elites. Keep your cool, you will make it out just fine.
The full anti-aggression heroes, and Mars, like this type of heroes.
Magnus is gonna be first back. He's gonna be sure of it. That hero would counter the place up to both teams.
Hotly contested here between both JT, like to say it, for OG and then JT as well. And I think that furthers the point of JT, and JT. This guy is such a pressure point for this team. I'd say JT's so much better.
He was we joke about JT God or JT God. Yesterday he had 3 godlike performances. Like this guy, he's he's on fire. So when we say that he's kind of like the center of attention for XIG, that is definitely true.
Well, we're gonna find out what's gonna happen because draft is live. We got V2IG with first pick on the dire side, OG Radiant, and second pick with Shadow Demon removed fully first. We'll see if Magnus and Pete will not see the light of day. For now, it is.
Tolong!
But they're overlapping hero pools with the carry that we said earlier. Obviously, there's a little bit of here and there, but does that mean that we might see the priority to shift a little bit towards that carry matchup at the start?
I could feel like early picks in the second phase or like middling pick of the draft, like kind of some, especially Luna, is a very nice type of blind hero to pick when, oh, I don't really know my matchup, or you see like one really off laner where you're like, yeah, this is fine, this is cool. And then I would say
Sakit aja, Cok.
first, I feel like they're kind of setting themselves up for a nice tempo. Because like Luna and Weaver should be highly contested in the series.
Yeah, I would also have more for both teams. But earlier on, I'm obviously looking at the offense that have to be down here. I don't see a Magnus, and I don't see Tango's on offense. Tango's also a hero. I think that's on an archetype. I think that's going to be the first pick, and then it's going to go into the there it is. Yeah. Really agree with okay. Tango and the Magnus are big two.
Yeah. I'm intrigued to know if heroes like Bane for OG is something they're going to be considered as bad. The Ench and the Slardar for G2IG, something that they used yesterday. Is it a strategy that they're going to push forward today, or do they have other stuff? And Chen here that's been hotly contested throughout this tournament so far. A little bit variance, it's a Chen pick in the game. It's an undefeated hero when it gets through the hand.
Yeah, one thing about the Slardar, it looked really strong yesterday for G2IG, but I would say that Extreme, they failed the test in the draft on answering this hero.
Yeah.
So one, like,
Supply pod LZ is full of crap. Please clear it out.
They could. I know that OG prioritized the control and morpho loss on their carry position, and that screws off the Slardar, so I wonder if they're going to get rid of that or not. And just still have to pull also an IO.
Yeah, a lot of difference in type of bans. Obviously, heavy on the support ban. First picking is support as well, whereas OG is way more focused on the underboard.
Didn't
see that coming, sucker!
But IO, first pick, you don't see
just the upgrade out.
All the time.
Yeah. I think he's setting up for an IO Mark II or an IO Slardar.
Yeah, OG's response to the... What is a lot? I like the concept. It doesn't really... It reveals, of course, off lane, but in regards to Darkroom, when you see Mars off lane, it's not like the best hero. How do we actually hear that? It's always going to have a game, even in the back.
Lo. Dekat aja. Katanya nobar sik to lo. Aduh, usah. Mati cok aku. Goro mukam cok. Sik to, sik draft hero iki lho. Au! Tolong. Aku butuh nyawa.
OG was able to pick up words for the next phase, hold it into the final pick of the draft, even flex it between 4 and carry.
Lawan Next Assassin yoi. Au! Mati aku. Enggak, Cok. Masih selamat. Tolong, tolong. Wih, sis. Aduh, mati aku. Tolong. Wih. Mati aku, kurung. Belum mati, coy. Wish. Jalan buntu, jalan buntu. Mati aku.
Last time IG picked up Pango, they did ban out the Bloodseeker right after against Shopify.
So I like this Pango pick. Like you countered the team fight off the Mars. If Portal is to go mid, Pango does totally fine in that lane. I would say maybe
Nanti,
the Bloodseeker a little bit.
Aku dimarahi mukam,
You
so.
can heal him and like help out like a bit. If you're OG, it's still a very good pick for you if you're gonna be eyeing it at the moment.
I think OG definitely are. I think also Faceless Void opens up here for.
Cari aku dikon nobar, lah piye to?
One thing here is both teams have incredible sustain throughout these fights. Io's going to be on one side,
Si.
eliminate from Quaddle on the other side. And if you take a core fight, if you don't have the correct initiations available in your draft or play, then you are just going to fall flat.
Fun daily event PvP Captain mode rusuh anjay.
Better in that regard because you have the arena and just the Quaddle from the distance as well.
Weh, masih fun. Masih fun.
I think Quaddle is until 25 minutes and where it comes to that.
Mid laner that gets 6 and just TPs to a lane. That you don't care about the map at that point.
Okay, Bad Rider. I feel like the hero hasn't been doing as good as I thought it would, but just having this jump, having a secondary guy that can go in for Mr. Pango is always good.
Yeah, I don't like the hero versus Quaddle in general, but it's a good way to catch him if you don't play him.
Yeah.
Itu bebedan cuy. Yang kita lihat biasanya di YouTube itu anu zo, adiknya itu zo.
Slaughter is banned out. I'm kind of looking at the OG. I mean, we both know that the teams will play with high tempo. You see, like Pango, Bad Rider, maybe a hero that kind of wants to like play on mobility or BKB would be pretty nice here for your mid game.
I also don't mind like CM Bloodseeker. We've already mentioned the Bloodseeker for the Pango. But you pick a position 5 that's super potent in the laning phase, and now you have the flex of Quaddle to the end of the draft. You've got a lane that
Marka bebedan. Ya kan musuhnya oke kan anu Ivan semua. Dapat berapa kemarin Mas Pantek Levio? Oh kok kasar ya? Dapat berapa kemarin? 400 beli di anu 3 sol Galaxy Solusindo. Bentar. Sambil cemil coy.
He matches up well into almost anything.
And that's probably why OG taking a little bit longer to pick here. As they know, if they snap respond to a Pango or a Bat Rider, that final closing pick for G2IG will be the gotcha.
If you Bloodseeker, I'm afraid of a 18 Luna. I feel like this hero can stand its ground too easy in this game with paired up with an IO. Or can Bloodseeker eventually stand his ground later? How does that go?
The carry matchup definitely favors Luna overall, but here's TA.
Okay, TA.
That's also one of those tricky anti-Luna heroes. Like most of the game, TA is pretty decent, but they definitely hits a point where Luna.
Coba dipukul Mas mic-nya biar tung. Maksudnya? Krungu apa? Harus ada ekonya, Cok. Halo? Ora ono ndak ada tung-tunge, Cok.
Is this the safe lane locked in potentially? Like, is Enigma off back here and then TA's like mid or carry to the end?
No, it's super flex. OG are flexing everything still. Enigma can be off lane. That plays a lot of it. I think he's Grandmaster, isn't he?
He's nasty.
Kau dengar? Maksudnya?
Whereas TA is still soft flags for sure between the safe and the mid lane.
Ini tanpa echo ya. Tanpa echo. Ini tanpa aku pakai echo sedikit tapi. 15% 20% lah. Ah, lebih jelas mana? Apa sama aja? ASMR yoi.
OG, if you ever miss that one black hole, you miss that one arena, especially with G2IG having multiple ways to restart fights. You got the relocate.
Daniel Ivan.
Hero to safety. You got the Weaver for the time lapse. Angler as well. Like if they bait out any of these spells, Angler can take a secondary fight. OG might be out of position, kind of lost with how they want to really, take multiple engagements. And they still ban out the Bloodseeker.
Yeah,
it's a pretty good hero. I mean, Weaver and Pango, yeah.
They have to ban Void now too, no?
Yeah,
Like last pick Void. The nice thing I like about the T is that it can match the Pango. We also saw that yesterday they did actually play it off lane, and they were one of the few teams to actually make that look good.
Loh, Ivan semua coy ini, loh.
Which is nice.
That's nice to have that.
Kecuali iki orangnya to Ivan cok lagi.
They're looking for a JT hero that pairs up with Io. They could still look for a mid. Ooh, Tiga.
Oh, yeah. Sure. Yeah. I'm done in about 5 minutes. So. There we go.
Hope your girlfriend's not listening.
Oh shit. Yeah, that was her, it's fine.
I feel like Pango doesn't match too well into TA mid, but still, there's very few things he matches into well on the safe lane, so against the safe lane.
Cok lah, Sep dikon tadi Enigma cok.
They have a minute of reserve time, some time to think.
It's a bit more on the fancy side, but what would you think about Dawn?
My fancy pick was gonna be a Night Stalker, but it's so slow. It's so into like Kotal.
It's so bad.
JT's played it already at Birmingham.
He has.
Yeah, but TA counters it too.
Yeah.
And Mars Arena. You're gonna be miserable.
Like they have the options too to still go a mid. I'm just looking more so at offlaners for now. You know, it's some Enigma 5. I think Dawn adds like a lot of tempo and speed. You would lane well. TA doesn't really want to go safe lane into it. I mean, most likely she's going mid against Pango, but it's one of the few picks that somehow it's in my brain somewhere.
It's because Syndrome plays it when you party queue.
Yeah, exactly.
Goddamn Syndrome.
I want to see an offlaner that just can rally G2IG.
Naf CM more. Dan cok, kabeh sing kena Crystal May apa CM cok. Lagi Ivan nih.
It's a hero that allows you to like play forward. You don't just want to heal some dude that just keeps farming. Like I want pressure, tempo, forward. Like let's go.
I'm just keep doing bad picks here.
Night Stalker.
No, Night Stalker, Omni are my two crazy picks.
Omni Knight is okay.
Lagi Ivan.
We're getting better.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was gonna say I need something beefy that blinks. I mean, it doesn't have to blink, but it needs to be a little beefy.
Lagi Ivan bisa.
They did play it once before and it was.
Emang CM lagi broken? Enggak broken. Tiap update itu, tiap update patch itu, apa namanya? Mesti di nerf. Padahal yo broken yo enggak. Broken yo enggak. Terus tiap update di nerf gitu loh.
If you can play Kotal 4, which I'm not the biggest fan of it, but let's see what they want to go for.
Void sounds kind of greedy. You have Void, Enigma, TA. You could opt for something less greedy, but I can't think of anything.
It's gonna be BZM.
Oh, that's not greedy.
Of course it's gonna be win rate.
So how far away from Void is a win runner pick on the spectrum of carries here?
Quite far.
Well, I said it was too greedy. This is not greedy. This is good. I mean, Mickey had a bang.
Tahu main LOL. Oh, belum tahu aku.
Yeah, I think it's a very solid safe lane right now, even though it hasn't been picked a lot.
Aku kalau LOL itu gambaranku kayak apa namanya yang di HP. Satunya Fan Glory yang dari Game School itu apa jenenge? Astagfirullah. Apa sih jenenge?
I think BZM is the one to watch this game. I think he's the real carry and he's the one that's gonna define OD's game.
Yang di HP tapi yang di HP gambaranku loh ya. Apa sih namanya? Lupa aku.
I like the Coddle 4 simply because they have this TA that will actually clear stacks. Because Mars Coddle kind of find
Anu ada yang kayak
OG's draft and they're nicely equipped, but I feel like they're gonna have a hard time in this mid game. I'm not fully sure, but when this
MOBA game school. Kok game school?
Not the easiest time to respond unless their lanes
Bukan game school.
That's what I was gonna say. I don't think there's gonna be a mid game. I think OG win 3 lanes.
Kok MOBA sih?
Garena.
Garena. AOE lah. Kok AOE namanya iku? Arena AOV lah, AOV. AOV.
Like if they falter, then I think OG will have all the things that the other guys have been mentioning, but we've seen them do it.
Gambaranku lole kayak AOV gitu.
Make mistakes and just keep killing OG. It's easy. Yeah, just easy. Yeah.
Just keep killing OG.
Terus
maybe get fuel knowing that when you kill OG.
Kan ada kayak lol HP tuh. LOL Wild Rift.
You saw what JT did, right?
Oh, belum pernah main LOL soalnya.
And then he talked shit to Steph.
Yes.
The mind games have already started.
It worked. I'm curious to see how this one's gonna go. I'm sure you guys are gonna be very loud here in the arena. I'm looking forward to it. I know 2 people that will be loud regardless, and it's our commentary duo. Let's head over to Samstan and Cinderin.
Thank you, Shiva. Very exciting match.
Aku kalau AOV lebih enjoy ML Mas Yan. Lebih enjoy ML soalnya AOV kalau kalah level sama kalah farming itu wis kelihatan kalah gitu loh. Kalau ML kan kita kalau kalah level masih bisa farming, masih bisa apa namanya ngerat turret. Nah itu masih bisa. Mending WR apa menah WR gitu. Wind Ranger anjay.
Off to the races here and it shouldn't be too difficult, but I don't know if I agree that it should be that easy for them in the lanes. I think the Weaver lane could be
apa itu cok?
For them to play into.
Oh well, Drift. LOL WR.
Would you say it's fair to say that?
Tapi aku belum pernah main LOL WR.
Individually in lanes, I think he hasn't been playing because this guy's ceiling is the sky, right? He can do.
I don't think it's been bad, but I'd say it's less than the average BZM performance. I would agree with that, but it's not.
Sejak kapan BZM DTA level 30 cok?
Cheers for Ari.
Get that out of the way. Yeah, this is not BZM in case you're confused at home. This is Ari, but. Yeah, I'm looking at that lane a lot here because I think if BZM really brings.
Kalau main ML kegampangan jadi main WR. Emang iya po?
Some of OG's games, then the lane matchup against Storm should be quite good for the TA.
Aku ML udah nggak ngikutin patch apa? Update soalnya. Masih old school aja. Masih old school kalau ML.
We haven't cast one at least. It's mainly been mid. We've seen especially BetBoom running it a lot.
I mean, we kind of talked about it that these heroes that are picked in these mid roles can
ML aku terakhir SMA kelas 2. Ini aku masih nyimpen ML sih. Cuma kalau gabutnya ya aku main. Aku segabut-gabutku nggak masih itu nggak main ML soalnya.
How does Enigma? I know it's a support position 5, but how does that fare against the likes of a Weaver late game? Because right now I'm looking at their lineup and it's basically just last that goes through the BKB.
Daniel Ivan. Daniel Ivan ini diibaratkan oleh X Nova anjir.
I look at an IG lineup that is not interested in playing a slow game. I think they're going to try to take charge around the mid game and not just play a slow farming game like Extreme Gaming did in their series against IG yesterday. All power shot.
Usok miss cok, astagfirullah.
Yep, it was close.
Tomato would have landed that, but yeah, Enigma definitely has the potential. I think the Weaver matchup is quite interesting in the sense that Weaver
ML-nya aku masih nyimpen, cuma buat update-update aja.
Can itemize Orchid, which would be an interesting choice in this game. You're against Wind Ranger as well as Enigma. It could be a potential thing for Monet to go. And also, Enigma without BKB here, it is going to be hard to get a reliable black hole, right? Storm can always jump across and pull you. You can get hit by a Panga roll, Lasso like we talked about. So, let's see if Seb brings it today. And it all starts in the laning stage where they're putting some seriously good pressure down here bottom, I would say, with their double-ranged hero combination of Enigma plus Windranger.
I would say from the support role, though, in this patch, if the game gets to 30 minutes, they'll have a couple items that are pretty impactful. So Blink BKB does not sound too crazy for position 5 Enigma these days. But we shall see. Mid lane, like we talked about, nothing to say, sitting on 10-1 right now versus BZM's TA 11-5, so slight advantage for OG so far.
The lane's definitely going well. It's by no means turning into a worrisome situation for IG just yet. The question is, how is this going to continue? Because in the mid lane, I think Storm, if he gets past the first few waves, okay, he can at the very least go and farm some jungle if necessary, stack a couple of cams with the help of his supports, especially the Bad Rider should be.
HP ku buat main ML nge-lag, tapi kalau main Wild Rift yang lebih berat itu lancar. Iya, Bang. Deh.
I do think there's some freedom for XNova to help his mid if necessary.
ML iki berapa sih?
In the bottom lane, I think that might become the bigger concern though, is once Enigma and Windranger hit level 3, how hard is it going to be for the IO to sustain this Panga?
Mobile Legend.
Ari continuing to illuminate in this lane, but Monet really just shrugging it off.
Berapa anu maksudnya?
Off to a pretty damn good start. But actually, I should ask you, you called them IG. Is that what you're going to call them from here on out? G2?
ML iki 9 giga. Wild Rift berapa?
We can also call them Jack Chen if we want.
Yes.
I think that's acceptable.
I think every team aspires to be named by their manager instead of their.
Yeah, he's been a great motivational speaker for them.
Kalau ini aku belum install anune 700 MB. Kalau sudah anune berapa? Sudah full download, update dan teman-temannya. Wow, 10 sampai 15. Oh.
Good damage though. Really trying to put the pressure here. They will TP
Anu, grafik setting coba. Apa dibuat low semua? Aduh, mati. BCM mati. BCM mati. Ande. I underestimate BCM. Mati. Wah, sangar, Cok.
Talk about a win for OG there.
ML ku rata kiri, WR ku rata kanan. Hah? Kok aneh ngono? HP-mu apa? Kok bisa aneh ngono?
Really big advantage in the mid lane all of a sudden. He's ahead by almost a full level. And who knows, maybe they can even find a secondary kill with the TA traps +1 support rotating in.
Sangar, Cok. ML rata kiri nge-lag, WR rata kanan usok bander. Samsung A50s.
Going to work.
Yeah, definitely abusing this lane now as we see Whisper getting harassed because all the rotations left alone for a little bit by.
Gak tahu kayak engine-nya ML nggak optimis. Kayak mesti cat ban. Kalau aku lebih milih ya HP itu. Kalau aku prefer Android itu anu kayak golongannya Redmi, iki HP ku apa sih? Oh, Poco lah. Redmi, Realme, Poco gitu. Soalnya kalau dibuat ngegame itu kan ada kayak game boosternya gitu. Jadi enak. Jadi enak gitu.
I believe is gonna see that his stack has been messed with by XNova. Let's see if Ari and company can do anything about this. Illuminate will be able to get one Centaur creep.
Did he get it?
I believe so. It was close.
It was very close.
Shield rune stolen by XNova. Will be using the.
Nggak meloi HP aku, pokok iso nggak WhatsAppan cukup betul.
Nothing to say, getting slowed by a trap. As BZM and Step teaming up here with that Malefit. Illuminate comes.
Ayo, nggak mati. Yang penting PC-nya ganteng anjay. PC ini ganteng.
definitely slowing down nothing to say by a lot, and I felt like once again this was going to be the lane to watch in this game, and OG off to a great start. Pretty much the entire net worth lead.
Sing penting iso Dota.
Advantage for TA over the Storm. Should be feeling pretty happy about this, of course. OG's lineup, they are running a more of an active carry, like the panel talked about, and the Wind Ranger, who can definitely get involved in earlier ganks than most carries that are in fashion right now. And that means that BZM with this early lead can choose to go
PC-mu kena berapa di Blossom sih? 14 setengah, kayak lupa aku. Ada notane kok. Notane masih tak simpen. Kedul. Murah sekarang, iya. Lagi murah-murahnya. Yang paling mahal iki paling mean tok. VGA-ne tok. VGA sama prosesornya sih asini. Intel 15 juta 14. Aku build VGA 1050 Ti dulu udah 3 juta tahun 2017. Wow, ya mesti. Sekarang 2017. Sekarang 2017. Dulu 2017. Soalnya dulu kan masih musimnya anu toh. VGA-nya 1050, 1650. Baru keluar yang namanya 2060, RTX 2060. 2017 kan taman zaman-zamannya RTX 2060 gitu-gitu.
I'm not sure how much this comes into play, but G2IG playing some very late game Dota yesterday. Hopefully they got some good sleep.
Terus zaman zaman Covid. Zaman Covid, para miner-minernya pada gila semua. Jadi VGA kayak 1050 Ti aja dulu itu dapatnya sekitaran 1 juta, bisa dijual 4 juta, 5 juta. Terus yang RTX 2060 kayak gitu-gitu mesti harganya juga loncat semua. Jadi terus habis Covid harganya pada turun semua, turun anjlok, kembali ke normal. Ya istilahnya normal lah kalau aku bilang. Oke. Ayo Marsku mana? Mars. Ini emang keluar seri 5000 lah, iya. Seri 5000 itu masih 1 tahun 2 tahun. Jadi hitungannya yang masih murah itu ya paling RTX 2060. Sebenarnya RTX 2060 itu bisa masih kuat-kuat aja kalau gamenya kayak Valo, Dota itu. Tapi dengan syarat kalau mau ngincer FPS tinggi atau apa jenenge yo? Bukan FPS tinggi. Yo jenenge FPS tinggi. FPS tinggi kamu harus rata kiri. Ya mau gimana? Sebenarnya masih kuat-kuat aja loh. Aku butuh VRAM buat ngedit. Viram itu kayak anu kayak nggak salah. Yo lumayan apa ya? Lek Viram aku kurang tahu lek Viram. Lah piye ya Viram? Ono to Viram? Viram. Oh ini dedicated computer memory used to store the pixel and other. Oh. Alhamdulillah. Oh VRAM-nya ndek 8 GB. Oh itu toh.
It's quite incredible when you go back and watch Dota from just 5 years ago, like how much better the pro players and the population got in general, and it's all the little things.
Sebenarnya 8 GB itu cukup aja sih. Nggak tahu ya. Sebenarnya lek buat ngedit itu apa ya? Pokok prosesor sama VGA ding kalau aku. Kalau misalkan mumpuni ya wis. Kalau buat ngegame sebenarnya kalau mau editing itu dilihat dari prosesor sama VGA-mu bisa dibuat ngegame apa enggak gitu aja. Sama kayak monitor kan harus anu juga ya seenggaknya 144 Hz lah. Sebenarnya kan gitu. Ayo, lompat. Why? Di mana temanku? Pelangi. Masih. Mars, blinkmu mana? Ulti.
Okay, he's not dead.
And Whisper doesn't have the blink in his inventory yet, so can't really find the catch. At the very least for G2IG, they do get the tower in the bot lane.
Yeah, they do disengage as well, but yeah, that looked like it was going to be a kill, but they couldn't connect the Batrider in time onto the Vortex, and instead...
Okay, Baboka does not have his ult. And that is the death of nothing to say.
Lancuk di black hole, cok, wong TP.
So all of a sudden, the OG coming out on top of this fight, that's for sure, is the arena reserve just for Baboka. 3 for nothing, and maybe even a tier 1 tower. Now the race for the 14-minute wisdom. Whisper steals it.
Yeah, this is about as good as this could have gone for OG. They dodged the Wind Ranger gang. Just Kamado with a good sense, a good read on the situation and getting off the wind run in time. In the meantime, BZM somehow chases down this one onto JT, and then they find both these kills at bottom and.
Masih tengil, iyalah.
So that could not have gone any better.
Wong-wongnya tengil kabeh, cok. Bukan tengil sih. Maksudnya sing tengil iku yo mek Sep. Sep sama iki Timadu. Iki Sepe sama Timadu. Wis meku tok. Kalau dibilang tengil sih enggak tengil-tengil banget tuh. Sing tengil iku anu Falcon. Si Amar iku, cok. Amar sama mid lane sopo lah ini aku jenenge. Mid lane Falcon.
Okay. What about OG? Alright, what about Jack Chen, also known as Korean Barbecue? That's more than G2IG. Okay, that's good.
Amaruddin, yo. Amar di F.
It might be close.
F-nya ventil.
And what about Ari?
I think it's understandable though. I think a lot of people are fans of Korean barbecue. It's very good. Get it?
Indeed. So these double blinks already being used very effectively for OG as
F-nya ventil.
Talk about his build right now. He has a mech going along with his tranquils, and I mean, would you be expecting? I mean, obviously the blink BKB at some point is going to be, I would assume, very important for him.
Yeah, generally speaking, support Enigma goes one of two paths. It's either this one, and then you can consider something like Lads or Pipe, like whatever auras the team needs, maybe sometimes drums, boots of bearing, whatever.
Oke, butuh yang namanya Orchid Malevolent. Orchid Malevolentnya nanti di WR atau enggak di TA. Kalau WR-nya tidak beli Orchid, buat Silent Storm-nya. Oke.
late game
Sebenarnya Orchid anu ding.
takes very long and it slows down your tempo as a team.
2 Orchid sejane. Buat silent IO sama store-nya. Anjay, aku wis kok komen anu ya, Cuk.
Where you're 6K up and at 15 with this lineup against the enemy.
Kayak apa jenenge?
Both paths are completely viable and therefore
Analis,
no
Cuk.
toss, which is neither.
Ayo, Bling!
So there you go.
The ultra greed, yeah, absolutely.
I don't know. This was not on my short list of
Bling lah.
I've seen Seb put in a quick buy, but more catch. I guess he wants to be able to.
Wis dadi analis Dota aku, Cuk.
Really nice for both.
Padahal rankku legend.
For his TA to just get that little bit of a route to connect. So I don't mind it. I think this is really game specific. This is not something he would usually buy. Just to show that he's thinking very critically about.
I mean, root against all 3 cores of IG is very annoying, right? I mean, a lot of them itemize against it, but if it's a position 5 forcing you to BKB or something like that, then that is well worth the Atos picked up as step.
Play goal!
I'll give you another. All right, here's Bat is in trouble.
Yeah,
that is dead.
Death. All right, but
Oh, play goal anu. Cooldown.
As Monet has his Maelstrom and Dragon Lance, so farming potential will start to increase heavily. We've been seeing a lot of the Gleipnir build from the likes of Weaver.
Buka bootcamp kan nanti aku daftar. Bootcamp warnet tenang Singosari ora enek. Enggak ada kok. Buka bootcamp, Cuk. Buka bootcamp iki kayak anu. IED ngono-ngono iku. IED mocel.
I actually think this is the strongest part of the game for OG that we've seen so far right now. This item is a true game changer.
Bling!
See if they have any
Oh, dia itu war.
putting it to use. IG definitely slowing down quite significantly though, but they can find an opening.
Dia anu. Dia smoke, dia smoke.
Yeah. There's a lot of traps and BZN has his shard, so this is a silence on top. Very
play goal!
They're gonna zip on step, but the Gleipnir from Tomato from afar. Storm is just dead right off the bat. The focus fire coming in. X-Nova will drop. That's already 2 dead for IG and JT. Has to try and roll away on top. He gets silent. Die as well. Double kill for Ari. And OG taking firm control of this game, baiting them into that fight.
Dia di kill ae esok mesam-mesem, Cuk. Kita di kill. Wah, ancoy boloku nandi ngono.
Looking at this as a replay, I think this is a really naive way for IG to approach this fight. I think if
boloku buta map, cuy, asu.
they have serious damage issues. Storm is going to jump
Tuh,
someone.
lho.
Their follow through just isn't.
Dipateni esok mesam-mesem, Cuk.
This wasn't even close to an Enigma kill. He didn't even have to use mech.
Kepengaturan Suren anjay. Di sini cukup ketik all chat GG anjay.
Seb, like you said, still with the black hole, so OG don't really have to stop because all the other spells relatively low cooldown. I mean, even the arena is only 30 seconds away from being back.
That orchid for Ari.
Yeah, he did get it.
He got it a lot
Ari.
than I was expecting. Just the state of
Iki,
the game,
Cuk.
how much it slowed down, and then OG finding 2 good fights. He is doing so well right now, and there's that 8.
Si kontol ini beli anu, Cuk.
A minute ago, and they just
Beli Orci, Cuk, sangar anjen. Wah. Mind blown aku.
Guess so. I think for G2IG, you're
Wah iki Daniel Ivan berusaha mencuri Rosan di sini.
They know this. They know IG can't contest them, so they will take a free Rosh.
Yeah, it is half HP right now.
Daniel Ivan masih trigger disiplin. Apakah? Lah kok anu diganti, Cuk.
Kind of sacrificing his life. Meanwhile, it looks like X-Nova was eventually found, and this will eventually lead now to the Roche for OG. As they will get the return kill as Io makes his way back over to relocate. Does get the mech before the death though. So an important item for IG. And the question is, when will the Storm, Pango, and Weaver get some sort of dispel for all these roots now, and the Orchid?
Yeah, Weaver is clearly not going to be involved until BKB in this game anymore, and for nothing to say, he was looking at a Witchblade. I wonder if he's going to even complete this or just keep his Oblivion staff and be like, alright, I can't fight without BKB anymore, and just skip. No, he's still going to complete it by the looks of it.
Cuk, 2 carry farming di satu jungle, Cuk. Sudah di-spray, Cuk, wong-wong iki.
Because so many heroes in the enemy team have some sort of solution. Windranger has the Gleipnir, Enigma has Atos, there's TA traps, Caudle has Orchid. Basically everybody, when you jump, you need to account for all the variables. It's really, really difficult to play that way. And OG well aware that every time Storm jumps, they just need to get something on him. And
Black hole!
the save IG have to offer is a relocate.
Black hole!
That's probably going to be too slow. OG have so much heavy single target burst that heroes will just die within 2 seconds.
Yeah, IG did get their Tormentor, and the shard went to the Aya, so spell lifesteal essentially for whoever is linked up, which theoretically for Storm could be pretty powerful. The slow resistance, very important. Something we always talk about is Baboka gets a nice little cheeky steal on the Wisdom Rune. As Orchid with the Arena coming out, Whisper with nice layering, Illuminate to follow. Way too easy as Ari picks up the kill.
Wanjay.
And with Io using the reload.
Kontrol Orchid nih bos, senggol dong.
Any avenue to get away without a dispel yet for the Storm. And it looks like Nothing to Say isn't even building a BKB at the moment. He has it queued up as a next item after he finishes Sage Kaya. Getting a little status to this, maybe that'll be enough, but it's down 11k. That's rough stuff.
I'm not convinced. I think BKB is mandatory. This one.
Well, the high ground attempt now from OG. Why not? 10k.
Isoe pos 4 sampai sugih kok ngono. Lihat bos.
Whisper not able to finish BKB.
Posisi 4 kontrol beli Orchid. Sementara ini posisi papate iyo mekan tok. Mati. Oh.
If Whisper and company can try to counteract this, Arena's not quite up yet. A nice roll right onto the TA as BZM is dead. The counter black hole onto 2 isn't enough with the spear on top of the Storm Spirit. He's very low, but they don't have the damage. Nothing to Say actually zips away, and the Pango lives as well. A nice defense here from IG as Seth. He's going to be spotted and brought down. Tomato.
Okay.
Stays way too deep, all alone. Brought down all by his lonesome. So ends up being a 2-for-1 as the chase continues. Monet wants more. They need more from IG. Shield crash onto 2. A nice flow as Ari going to heal up with his Illuminate. Finally, Whisper's ult comes out to try to hold them in place. With a snipe onto JT from Tomato. Has to be careful as they are quite low. So double kill for Tomato. That might break up the fight here. Really back and
Oh, tiba-tiba di black hole. Pangoliare sik muter di black hole kena sedot po. Oh, aku baru tahu, Cuk. Bisa gitu, Cuk. Ki kursornya mengganggu, Cuk, nang tengah-tengah he. Pokoknya yang dimatikan adalah Storm Spirit. Jika Storm Spiritnya mati, mereka menang. Oke, menang. Sesimpel itu. Storm Spirit karo Io ding, Storm Spirit karo Io. Sesimpel itu. Blade Fury ini Juggernaut tetap muter. Kesedot gak itu? Kesedot black hole gak maksudnya? Baru tahu cuy. Oh iya kesedot kayak Blade Fury ini anu. Kesedot black hole. Bariki direkrut jadi OG nembok. Oh, jangan salah. Jangan salah bos. BKB tapi tetap kesedot juga. Iya tapi kalau BKB kesedot tapi nggak damage gitu loh. Baru kalau misalkan Aghanim, nah baru kesedot dan damage juga masih Aghanim. Ush, bisa gitu cok Marsnya. Habis ini anu cok Rans sekarang buka e-sport Dota loh, jangan salah cok. Rans Entertainment Rafina Gita cok, oh, anjay cok.
That one trap allowed OG to have all the information in the world that this was coming. and they get to bait the TA. So I believe BZM had a
WR ku mana? Nggak ikut nge-push.
to break the smoke and just he knows if I get the shield run off, they can't burst me.
Yeah.
Like, they just don't have enough damage, and they need time to relocate in. So full on playing the bait, and it works out wonderfully for OG.
Oke, silent, orchid, black hole mantap. Nice combo. Gue lagi latihan diganggu Rafathar. Mau main invoker rancuk Wes kowe main sniper wae dinggolokno.
I think they want this buyback from Weaver to be forced out, but guess what? He doesn't even have it.
Yeah, and this tower already was damaged from a prior fight, so maybe just a second lane if they're not.
Wes gampang wes main sniper, main CM menisan cuk.
Force out the second fortification.
Support CM carry-ne sniper wes iku tok. Ora usah invokeran.
To go for it quite yet, just burning a little bit of mana from BZM, Gleipnir onto the Stormster with the Orchid to follow.
Oke.
Do they have the damage? They get the Storm again.
Loh kan, Storm-nya dimatikan. Menang coy.
With a double kill now, the Rebuke absolutely deletes another member of IG.
Soalnya musuhnya Mas Ivan semua ini anu cok. Anu soft. Apa sih istilahnya soft? Lembek. Lembek semua coy.
OG breaking all of the Ice Frog rules right now. Can IG punish this?
Jadi misalkan yang ini di Orchid tidak dia yang ini harus membantu yang ini, semua 4 orang ini harus membantu ini. Jadi kalau misalkan mau diincer satu kampung, ultinya kan ini anu coy. Ultinya ini kan arena terus iki Spear of Mars kok kena stun ngono kan skill 2 jeder wis mati kabeh we. Berkumpul jadi satu. Wah, iku.
It's not like IG are going to get a major objective off of it. Even if Roche spawns early, I don't even know if they can take it. We know now that it's a minute 20.
Yang bisa diharapkan kalau musuhnya adalah Io-nya tempel Weaver. Ketika dia sudah Aghanim Shard. Shardnya mendapatkan slow resisten sama spell lifesteal. Wis meku tok. Berkumpul dadi satu terus bancaan. Oke, bancaan terus dadi sego berkat. Mangan rawon. Nah, kok ngene iki, wah iki. Encen Daniel Ivan yo. Daniel Ivan ne anu sok. Ciki-piki anjay.
I mean, what does it matter that you have the Witchblade, which is nice for damage if you can't even hit a hero?
Nah, satu lane diisi oleh 3 orang, Cuk. Satu mid lane, satu off lane. Yang lagi miskin semua loh. Wis dadi wis bancaan kabeh Cuk sak lane. Posisi 4 karo mid lane beda 1000. 700-an lah wis hitungannya 1000 lah. Loh. Net worth-nya kacek 1000 coy. Sama offline pisan. Loh, iki posisi 5 loh iki. Ayo, posisi 5 12.000. Wanjay. Posisi 5 coy 12.000. Itemnya memang BKB Atos Mekan wis.
In theory, close the book on game 1 for IG unless they're able to get something crazy. I guess the Basher, which he's not going to go for on the Pangolier, is another option that we didn't really talk
Black
about.
Hole!
As X-Nova brought down.
BZM also going to level up in a big way here.
Nah, ketika Storm-nya sudah dapat BKB, ini yang masalah. Mungkin masih bisa ngelawan. Tuh, BKB coy. Nah ini yang anu dikhawatirkan oleh teman dari OG.
The boons of the Universal Heroes is that a lot of the items you want to buy also make you tanky.
Yep. So nice.
Iso guyon nih.
Well, the BKB is up for nothing to say. Will it be enough, or will there be a black hole on top of him? In which case, it will do basically nothing.
Oh, why don't we just get a Coddle Axe for the push as well? That'd be nice.
Oh, the old Ignis Fatis.
A little more.
Karena offline ini tidak ada yang menangkap satu orang. Paling menangkap satu orang Bad Rider nangkap satu, di gangbang 4 orang yang ada di sini mati, so. Nah, dia clear wave cepat. Oke, di black hole Storm Spirit BKB.
The tier 3 pretty damn low. They're gonna try to surround BZM, but a nice wipe here on the 3 heroes. Whisper with a huge
Weaver BKB mati. Cuma dapat tower 1. Shackle, mana shackle-mu? Oke, cooldown. Tuh kan, Storm Spirit BKB sudah meresahkan, Cok. Salah satu yang bisa menghentikan cuma black hole.
Buybacks on the Pango as well as the Weaver. Step with another great black hole. I don't know how he keeps finding them without even having the dagger. It's just
ketika akan item selanjutnya adalah Scepter, Aganim Scepter, waduh sekuis. Males banget ya Osan.
Got the perfect setup for this engagement. And now there's a very clear path to victory for OG, right? Kill the Weaver or kill the Pango and you probably have yourself megas. So they find either of them on the smoke.
Yeah. And I believe Blink will be there for Step by the time they try to push again anyway. If it was hard enough to get away from him before, it's going to be nigh impossible now.
Yeah. I think OG can probably go with a lot of confidence with just sending Mars in front. Like the amount of resources that G2IG needs to spend to kill off Whisper will probably...
Live near opening, focus fire onto Baboka. Using the steel totem, but he will die. Does have the buyback intact though.
Nah, mereka hanya punya waktu 40 detik untuk push atas. Karena Io mati. Push atas. Storm Spirit sama Pangonya harus clear wave. Oke, bounty-nya tidak diambil. Oke, mati wis leren. Oke, Storm Spirit-nya buyback karena WR-nya di mana? WR-nya sudah di atas juga. Oke, Boboka mati. Kurang Storm Spirit-nya sudah BKB. Ayo loncat. Nah, black hole-nya mana? Oke, Shackle.
Not sure IG can even chase any longer. Tomato looking for some more snipes, but the defusal blade is doing quite a bit for JT in the mana.
Sementara di OG tidak ada sepatu mana. Semuanya sepatu tranquil.
No Aegis. You have that cheese though.
Quite a strange scoreline to look at this. It's 30-10. Half of G2IG's kills are on the TA, and he's still top net. Kind of odd. Not a common sight here, but
yeah, that's true.
BZM. The thing is, G2IG have had to focus him, right? This TA is the target that they have access to, and that they feel like they need to kill because of the damage to health ratio, and it's just set up all of OG's other players for really easy fights. Playing around that, they all get so much freedom. All right, that's a couple of key items coming out here. MKB for
Yeah, nice Lotus. Will-O-Wisp is there as JT getting very aggressive with the Rolling Thunder, not doing too much damage though. Has to be careful because Tomato's there with the focus fire, but had enough shield crash, damage mitigation. Step getting the Atos, but we see the arena finally.
Oke, arena. Mas Ivan mati. Ivan 2 mati. Ivan 3 mati, apakah? Ivan 4 mana? Oke, GG kan lo.
BZM ends this game with a bottle in his backpack. Was very quick to destroy all his items, just to make this look like OG only won by 14k gold, but that is without their TA even having anything. So, wow, that was that looked really easy. I'll be honest. I feel like OG just got ahead. This was what the panel were talking about. If the early parts of the game go well, this should be OG cruising, and G2IG, their early moves and the early laning did not work out, and their lineup just doesn't recover particularly well. Not too much in the way of team fight, very much playing around storm catching heroes, bad catching heroes, but that is item dependent. And guess what? OG were up one item on every hero 20 minutes in. Yeah.
Oke, sembari kita istirahat, kita main apa?
XIG have a lot of rethinking to do because this is an elimination series. They're going to have to talk to the great legendary Jack Chen, get some advice on how to stay awake.
Kostum cloud error dulu.
Everything about more than anyone else that we know.
He also knows a lot about getting stopped, and I think he has some of the most experience out
Kita
of
lihat
anyone
store.
with tilt.
Yeah.
So hopefully has to be good for it.
All right, panel.
Apa
OG with a 1-0 start.
Yeah, strong start for OG in game 1 of this best of 3 elimination series. And in case you missed the very start, this series
Oh,
will
anu,
also
update CS.
likely decide which one of
Update
these
CS.
Masters at the Esports World Cup based on points and not having to go through qualifiers. And OG making a great start here. I'm joined by T-Gov, Kezu, and variety streamer Gork. And Gork, you knew from the get-go that OG was going to be winning those lanes, and you proved them right.
Yeah, I was very confident and proud of myself, but yeah, I was surprised how easy it looked in the end. There was no real way for IG to come back.
Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 diskon malah 35% sih 600.000 so.
It's not much to say. It was a perfect execution of the strategy, and I think OG are one
Modern Warfare pertama diskon 67%. Jadi 294.000 so. Diskonnya kurang banyak.
This just looks like a team that, if you underestimate them and if they keep up this momentum, they're just going to be cruising right now.
Yeah, I mean, time and time again, when you watch them play, when they have a bit of a lead, they are just playing like the entire map. Like Whisper's throwing down an arena, and then Tomato's throwing some power shot to get a quick kill. Meanwhile, then Tomato's TPing elsewhere, to then Glype near and then focus fire Storm Script by himself. Like, at times JT got picked off just because OG was always playing just all parts of the map. Like, to do that while still pressuring is really commendable, and due to IG, they're going to have to do a lot of, recovery, because that first game was so one-sided.
Was there at any point...
Anjay, ono tenis cok, game tenis barang cok.
The way of G2IG. Well, was there any point where they could be able to stage a comeback once they were with the backs against the wall against the high ground? Because yes, there were a couple of times where OG backed off from their base, but it felt like that was more because OG chose, you know what, guys, let's just take a little bit of extra time on the map.
I'll happily say that this is a rare time that I'm just saying no. Like when I watch back the highlights and I see, BZM solo killing JT as a Pango mid whilst they're killing the bottom as well, and it's like sub 15, 20 minutes, something like that. It's like at that point, you don't get those games.
Ya beb, tak bikin black screen.
I think once you've drafted yourself 2-3 losing lanes.
Pamit sih mau render. Oke, hati-hati. Hati guys.
Like strategically they could win, but you can't get there unless you draft stronger lanes in IG.
In this mid game, they tried some moves with like 1 or 2 smokes, but OG were always in like the right position at the right time, where they even let you do the move because they know that we can just counterplay it. They bait step in mid, they come in with the others, bait it out. So I feel like G2IG, they kind of tried, but OG were just next level. They were just one step ahead.
One step ahead in gameplay, and I bet T-Gov one step ahead in vision as well.
Of course, as a support player, I never leave my lane, and Kidia, ward of the game is also very important. This ward here, cosmetically, decent, but what I think we're seeing a lot, time and time again from these teams, once they get an early lead, of course, there's multiple traps here. They throw down this kind of lingering ward in the pit, and because they keep fighting, you just can't de-ward it, right? Because the time that you spend fighting, you then can't de-ward, and then you see all the sweeping motions. In this highlight reel, you actually see 2 wards, one in the dire ancient area and one in the mid lane. But because that both these wards are placed here, if G2IG slows down the game enough, then goes for the D ward, then goes to there's so much stuff for them to do. So these aggressive wards that are just placed down.
Koe pesen minum mantap iki. Minum apa ya?
Yeah, that you don't have any time to deward.
Exactly.
I think we've all unfortunately been there trying to deward.
Pesen
but dying
minum.
is not a great strategist.
You
Leave
say
it there.
worse when you die.
You can try that, but it will almost never be worth. One thing that is also that is fairly unusual, by the way, I felt at least, Kezu, is you know, you normally select the head-to-head, and normally it's like, for example, mid versus mid or carry versus carry. You went for a position 5 versus a mid.
You may be like, Kezu, what the hell, are you stupid? Why are you showing me this? Because it's not often you see a post 5 Enigma who is actually the one to shut down a mid.
Oh,
like, you have to say he's 2, 9, and 5. Like, his stats are kind of pathetic, if I'm gonna be real.
Indonesia.
No hesitation, honest Enigma, and
Mari kita beli karena saya suka.
We have like a clip where just already at minute 10, you know, we have some hiccups,
Suka Taiti.
it's coming. Like here, minute 10, step, boom. First
Karena aku suka yang trigender, apa sih yang ngarani trigender ancuk. Taiti L, Less Ice, Sugar Level, Extra.
Minute 10, he kills you. Minute 13, he comes around.
Beli 2 coy.
Minute 14 later on, they try to jump in and boom again. So over and over, Step just has his number. And so I just have to say, nothing to say, like dropping the ball a little
Piro?
bit, but just
46.000, Wajok kene kono 46.000, Cok.
Nothing to say, died so fast that no IO in the world could save him at that point because.
La 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 la.
No, not enough to stay.
La 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 la.
Happens.
Kau dan aku selalu untuk selamanya. Kau dan aku selalu untuk bersama. Meow meow tak umpling tak umplang.
And while we are also waiting for them to be ready to play, we're gonna see if Pengen is up to anything right now. And he is not yet up for anything right now, but he will be. He will be in a second. But while we wait for him,
Kau dan aku. Tunggu tak tunggu pesen cukrik, wan cok pesen cukrik barang cok. Mana di Malang ndak ada cukrik coy.
Because it feels like they just didn't set themselves up for success for G2IG.
I mean, it's pretty much close to 100%. I think the concept behind the
Sambil menunggu game 2 coy.
The reason you don't put Pango mid is because you want a stronger matchup into the TA, and instead somehow you pick the weaker matchup into the TA, and Pango is already a weak offlaner, so you've already like given up 2 lanes. And strategically, Storm doesn't give you much this patch. It's not like he's an amazing gotcha hero, so I really didn't see what they were thinking there on IG.
Yeah, I don't like the last pick, but counterpoint. If you want to go far in a tournament, you need to be able to win with drafts that are slightly worse or worse than your opponents. And they did not show me that in this game. Like their gameplay needs to also, we need it to go up. Yeah. Because if it doesn't go up, even if the draft is better, no go.
I love counterpoints.
You're welcome. 1-to-1. Yeah.
All right. Well, we are now ready to see what Ted is up to, so let's head over to him.
Hi there, I'm here with Carolina, who is one of the cosplayers today. Tell us who you're going to be cosplaying, as if people can't guess.
I'm going to be Spectre, yes.
And have you cosplayed as Spectre before?
Yes, I was Spectre in Berlin.
Oh wow, in Berlin. I remember that very well. And you've got people helping you here, so
Dia cosplay Spectre su.
getting all this costume ready.
Around 2 hours, I would say.
And how long did it take you to make the whole thing?
It took, like 1.5 months, 16 hours a day.
Good lord. And I'm assuming you really enjoy cosplay competition.
Well, overall, I do it professionally, so I don't really compete. But today we are doing a showcase. I'm really excited to go on stage and show it around. Be very shiny and fluffy. Hopefully I won't fall down because I can't see anything in this costume. And I'm gonna wear 5-inch heels. I'm a bit scared.
Well, best of luck with that. We're all looking forward to seeing it, so good luck and we'll see you later today. Back to you guys.
Oh, I'm very much looking forward to the cosplay showcase, but we're gonna wait a little bit for that.
Wah, ada cosplay nih toh.
Before that,
Anjay, cosplay.
game 2 between OG and G2.
Sebentar, black screen sebentar.
some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent
La 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 la.
no matter what situation?
Si.
There's
Nah,
always
iki.
the right way and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
27 sampai 37 menit. Aku mek mau mesen ombe loro iso 27 menit, Cuk. Sebentar ya guys, AFK sebentar. Bang Tembok Dutu, siapa yang melon Dutu? Aku semangka Dutu. Semangka. Cek wok AFK wok ya cuy.
What are we doing here?
I'm not sure. Ari called for a meeting. So, I suppose you're all wondering why I summoned you here today.
Obviously.
Yeah. So, now that you're in my ends, I think we have to show you some things of how we do things around here. When you go rush, what do you say?
Let's go rush.
Wrong. We say, you want to go up north without some cheese? You're having a laugh. BZM, when you want someone to gank mid, what do you say?
Can you gank mid?
Wrong. We say, bloody hell, lads, there's nobody's pummeling me. Mind getting over here?
Ish.
If you want to use voice lines,
I'm
what do
back.
you do? We say, let's give them a piece of our mind and make them write cheese off. Get it?
Gets in, man.
Get in, man. We're heading to Game 2. OG and G2IG are going head-to-head here. An elimination best of 3. Winner moves forward. Loser is out. And that is not just of the tournament, but also of the top 8 of the EPT leaderboard. In other words, Rehab Masters on the line. So let's see who takes game number 2, as OG is 1 game up, so they only need 1 more. We're in the draft for live with that one. I'm joined by Kezu, by Gorg, and by T-Gov, and we want to see something different coming out from G2IG, and we see exactly that. They are still on Dire side, but this time their second pick, and we got them opening with a Bane. We got a Pango this time on the side of OG, who's Radiant with first pick, and Gorg, we're coming to you first. How do you feel about these openings?
Well, before I get counterpointed, to my left and my right.
Yes.
I'm so ready. I am so ready. I'm not gonna confidently go either way, but I do prefer the Pango pick over the...
La 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 la. Ku akan percaya.
But no, yeah, I think between the two, I think Pangoliers had a better showing overall throughout Birmingham. I think some teams, specifically maybe even OG, have shown why Bane position 5 can be very good. Yeah. But it does take the correct team with the correct draft to bring it to life. Because if you aren't hitting nightmares, if you aren't able to hit the grips, you can just fall off in that support role.
This just seems to me like, you know, OG, of course, they do like Pango, but it's kind of like, let us show you kids how it's done. We're going to show you how Pango is supposed to be played. G2IG, go with the Bane, which, of course, you know, it's somewhat like a soft counter, a soft, like, you don't really love playing into it, but you can definitely craft ways that make it annoying for the Bane, like maybe you have some Rubik, some easy cancels, an invisible hero, there it is, Mr. Ench.
We said yesterday, the last game.
Enchantress. Posisi limonnya luru.
That is a adaptation from game 1. Like they are going to try and win their lanes this time around.
I think you're definitely going in the right direction. And I also think OG Pangolier pick is worth mentioning that they're also one of the few teams that flex it to offlane with Whisper. And they do it pretty well.
Yeah.
So they're pretty open now. I think they should just respond with 2 supports here.
I could see just like some more team fight and also like some long range poke, like maybe some, you know, some Ari Hood Wings, maybe some Phoenix. I think Phoenix is pretty chill against both these heroes.
Bentar, black screen.
You have more team fight. Your Pango rolls in, you dive in, you drop some eggs. Yeah, seems kind of chill.
CM Hoodwink. I don't know if you want to go both.
La 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 la.
Oh, yeah, the different idea. I like this.
Iki mari OG sapa sih sing anu? Sing main Dota Wikipedia.
Hold on. That's a lot of lads. Come on. You know the rule.
He's holding both.
You're holding both. Yo, you have to do it.
Both, bro.
Come on.
Oh my god. 2 gelas coy. Let's go. Don't be pussy, bro.
Don't know if you're aware, Gold, by the way, but the rule is in England, if the camera puts you on, you have to finish your game, just so you're aware,
Those are big cups.
They are big cups.
The biggest cups.
They know the day can be long. Yesterday, I think some people...
Oh, kayak anu ya. Siapa? Upper bracket wingi Tundra karo Bad Boom. Iya enggak sih? Oh iya bener. Kok Tundra karo Bad Boom, kok Falcon menangi Kingko.
Anjay. Why is this a good
I think it synergizes well with the sidekick, and also I would say that Luna is one of those heroes that you can get away with picking early as a carry. It doesn't have any super counters anymore. Terrorblade is not played very much. I think the only hero I really like playing as Luna is Faceless Void. I would look at that for if I'm IG right now, because there's also a Pangolier in the mix. It'll give you that team fight you talked about, Kizu.
Like with the Marcy as well, you not only do you buff up Luna, but you find the backline so easily that if you are going for like a range carry or you're a Bane trying to stand your ground, hit using a grip, this Marcy in the support role will always find you, will always get on top of you, unleash and just murder you.
Yeah,
also we've seen both teams that kind of show that they want to play tempo. Now you guys talked about, you know, they show
Just
you
here for the meme, I don't play.
So
Why?
Maybe not the same pick because OG loves Luna, but there's a high chance that G2IG were also looking at Luna themselves. So
I think so.
All in all, these heroes go well together. Looks like G2IG this time around they will take the TA into their own hands.
Yeah. It's a fairly decent matchup, and I think they want to keep going in the direction of winning lanes because last game was such a stomp. They'll at least want to play the game this time around.
Yeah, and they go for the DK as well. Once DK's online, the Ags, the Manta, you are able to deal with these aggressive lands very easy. You just send the illusion out, you slow them down, kind of control the fight just from the kind of the map play that you bring.
And a nice thing about these picks also is
Itu ada Daniel Ivan versi tua, Cok.
quite literally, TA can go safe lane carry, safe lane mid, and DK can go everywhere pretty much. So
there's a couple heroes that look kind of nasty to me. If people were more open to playing core Bad Rider, I would love this pick. I would also say that Phoenix is still very good. If you want to have some team fight from your 5, you could lane those together. Because I do like DKTA together, very strong meta picks. OG showed us last game, they might want to flex it into the Pangolier as well.
What's the step hero here though? Like 5 position, he's played some Phoenix before, SD, this type of heroes. We're still yet to see it. Potentially this is his hero getting picked last in the draft now.
Yeah.
They picked the Brewmaster, providing just additional control within the fights. I think it's also just hurting the Bane again. We've already spoken about how Pango can find him, Marcy can now find him, a Brew with the split, the Air Panda.
Yeah. It's a miserable Bane game.
It's a miserable Bane game, yeah.
Brewmaster would choke the beer.
Oke, pesanan udah di jalan. Tinggal 2 menit lagi, oke.
There he is.
Yeah, we'll see Ari most likely playing the Marcy, but last word hasn't been spoken about that yet.
I would be really pissed off if he's not playing the Marcy. Like, this is his specialty hero. He's in England, he's on a stage.
True.
Like, this is his bread and butter. He should be playing it.
Iku ngeban carry. Ini nggak carry.
To be honest, Seb plays everything.
That is true.
Mid lane. Iku soalnya Storm Spirit maneh loh iku.
Post 5 Brewmaster.
Yeah,
True.
I don't want to see any of that.
Sebentar guys, ambil minum guys. Ambil goput.
I mean, OG have a lot of teamfight and stuff that is really being thrown at you. Like this mid game, there's a roll, there's some Panda split with some Radiance, Luna Aura, Night Vision. I like G2IG's heroes, but there's not enough that tells me they will stop the ball. Oh,
let's go.
The infinite beer.
The infinite beer. Respect.
He's done this before. This guy, he knows what he's trying to do. See that 10 seconds of fame? It's right here.
Oh, it's worth it.
Undisputed winner. Hold. There we go.
Yeah. Beautiful.
They did this for OG.
Yeah.
Well played, guys.
Good job. Nice job.
Good luck, Chuck.
Who's carrying in Mondo?
Each other. OG now picking their final here in the draft. There is a world where they go wacky, but realistically, it is just a Seb position 5 to close it out.
Yeah.
Is there like a... Oh, actually they banned out the Phoenix, I was going to say.
Phoenix and Enigma removed, so G2IG also expecting a position 5 to be picked up on the side of OG.
And SD was banned as well. Like, these are the...
I think a wild proposition, Nature's Prophet. I'm just feeling it.
For the tempo?
Yeah. Tempo, global presence, way to find the backline.
If you want to be boring, you go like Crystal Maiden. Just
that
bit of lane.
That's pretty good.
It's so casual to exist. Well, depends on how much Seb wants to cook right now.
Like one hero we've seen with lately also is ET, but I don't think so.
Oh, I did it. Very good. He got it.
Nice
he got
call.
There's no way to counterpoint you in this draft.
Nah,
nice call. Nice call.
You want to give some reasoning? Why? Is it just for the map play? Is there anything specific? The lane?
I was just remembering the Seb is level 30 Nature's Prophet. He hasn't played it in a while.
Game 1 Enigma, Game 2 Nature's Prophet.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it fits. It's nice. Like these these heroes on IG are so squishy. If they get sprouted, this position, they've already lost the fight.
It's also like when in the laning phase, you don't really want to see the Prophet coming into like a Marcy lane. It's overwhelming. The Prophet going to a Pango lane, it can be overwhelming. G2IG, their cores are very static. Like TA wants to push out mid, hit jungle. DK wants to push out his lane, just chill. Like there's no real overlapping plays that G2IG want to make. So Prophet can exploit that quite nicely.
Yeah.
What do you want here from G2IG?
Wanjir, NP cok.
We've been talking about Morphling a lot this morning. How does it fit?
NP support.
I think the most important aspect of this Morphling pick is his free lane against Whisper Brew. It can be deceptively hard sometimes because these guys are very good at their heroes. But I think that's the main reason why they picked it.
Well, I like the one-to-one matchup against the Luna. You can actually, I would say it's one of the heroes that can actually stand your ground later. You can get the shard yourself. G2IG's Tricore is very strong in this
NP
game.
support.
A little bit concerned of their lack of team fight here.
Yeah. Like the journey for them to become strong is on their supports. If the supports don't make those early moves, win the lanes for them, I am skeptical if they can take a fight. Like when you're diving mid tier 1, are you asking your DK to TP in or your TA to come or more?
Hey.
These three cores are very static. And OG, all their cores, they'll happily at minute 8, minute 9, be together in the same lane, throw their spells out, and it could just be a repeat of the previous game.
I'm afraid for G2IG, like, similar to last game, there's going to be a Pango roll, there's a Brew split, people are TPing around, you have Luna coming in, who's answering it from G2IG?
Ayo yang menang siapa? Ayo. Nanti kalau ada yang bisa nebak menang, nanti aku kasih giveaway.
Takes it apart because he can then TP and create tri-lanes. We saw how there was a ban about tri-lanes being good.
Ancok manis banget deh.
It's a good point, Shiver. I think that is their only win condition, at least in the early game, is these two supports. They need to do a lot of work for them.
Ayo yang bisa tebak, ini yang menang siapa? OG atau IG? Nanti yang bisa nebak aku kasih uang 10.000.
Okay, well, that is potentially an uphill battle, but we'll see. Baboka and Nova, it's on their shoulders, and we know they can do it. The question is, will they do it here on this stage? For an answer to that, we're heading over to our commentary duo of Sunspan and Synderen.
Thank you, Shiver. Sunspan here with Synderen. Game number 2 is upon us, ladies and gentlemen. Winner of the series, similar to yesterday, faced off against Falcons, who just continue on to the lower bracket. Obviously not a team that we expected to be in the lower bracket this early, but well, now it's late, I guess, in the playoffs. But this game number 2, potential elimination game for G2IG, which would mean the wrath of Jack Chen afterwards. That's probably the main motivation not to lose this game for them. What do you think of the lineups?
Yeah, I think what the panel touched upon is basically my read on the situation too. I think G2IG's lineup has I guess they have better lanes than they did in the last game, but I think they're very dependent on them going well. Whereas last time around when OG had the better lanes, it felt like they were also transitioning it very well into the mid game. Here, it almost feels like a necessity for the IG lineup to get ahead so they can compensate for lack of team fight and lack of ability to defend towers reliably. So definitely looking to Seb in this game as the X factor. The Nature's Prophet, this is the 3rd game we see it. He's 1-1, the hero is. I don't think Seb has played at this tournament. But it is one of his absolute best, so I'm not too surprised to see this team in particular bring it out. And I think the mindset they have around it is exactly that. All right, IG are very lane heavy, let's break it up.
The battle begins.
Yeah, we were casting one yesterday where the Nature's Prophet was picked, and it really didn't work out. It's all about that early game. Make sure you get the Wisdom runes is, I think, something that we learned, or at least reaffirmed in that best of 3. But yeah, I think the first 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes, will really dictate how this game is going to flow to the late game, potentially, for the Nature's Prophet. So BZM on the Pangolier in the mid lane versus Nothing to Say TA. A little bit of swap here.
Melo ay monet tuh. Main follow wae monet tuh.
Nothing to Say has had, I want to say 1 or 2 really good TA performances this tournament, so should be warmed up on the hero. And let's see if he can do similarly to what BZM managed to do last game. BZM was winning the lane handily and also got some help. This time around, you know, the Pango against TA matchup should be very good for the TA, but Nature's Prophet comes in at the right time, perhaps can swing the matchup in the favor of the Pango. with one good move somewhere down the line before TA gets too strong, and if nothing else, maybe at least contest some of the water runes is a possibility. So far so good for BZM in that mid lane. Looks very even.
Ari pulling the lane. This is going to be the next patch where these creeps actually meet. It's going to be really messy. Ari playing the Marcy this time. Haven't seen the Hoodwink today, Cinder, which is probably his most well-known hero. He's been playing that a lot as of this last couple years. But how does the Marcy fit into this game?
I think Marcy doesn't have the best matchups even as a support. I think I would be more concerned if they were playing it as a carry on Tomato, as they have done in the past sometimes, because the Bane is a pretty rough matchup. Both Enfeeble as well as Fiend's Grip are really good against you, and the enemy cores, all three of them are relatively tanky, so you're unlikely to just kill them in an Unleash burst. The TA has Refraction that you need to cut through, the Dragonite has a lot of armor, and Morphling, you know, needs no introduction, right? So I think for Ari, this is going to be really interesting to see how he itemizes.
That early rotation, nice blood grenade with the Sprout coming in, but Baboka TPs. And now the blood grenade being turned against Seb instead. He eats the tree. Looks like he might survive, but looks like Seb does get first blooded by Baboka before Whisper takes out XNova on the other side. And BZM with a nice swashbuckle into the shield crash right click. So ends up getting a decent amount of XP in this mid lane, but Seb was the first to fall.
Yeah, Baboka really wanted to deny that water rune, but it's going to cost him his life, so don't think that was really worth it necessarily. At the same time, when you have these low resources on a hero like Bane, it can be beneficial to die, so you can come back to lane and have impact. Either way, it will be a one-for-one trade, but nothing to say. You should be quite happy with this exchange overall. He will get a little bit of an experience advantage, and of course, avoiding disaster against the early Nature's Prophet rotations is the name of the game here for G2IG. Still, OG's lanes are looking very healthy, in particular the Luna, starting to build a bit of a gap toward JT in the safe lane.
Yeah, and Whisper able to get that kill in this top lane as well, and we've seen how powerful the Brewmasters have been in this tournament. Very fitting with the theme in here in Birmingham, but able to get a relatively early Radiance has made a huge difference as this hero, another one of those kind of snowbally types.
Yeah.
See how this fares for Whisper this time.
It has definitely been a game changer for the Brew that Radiance has got this much better. It feels like the hero doesn't have the same, it's not on a timer as much as it felt like it used to be. This item is just so strong for so long that we used to have these games in the past where Brewmaster would feel relevant for 25 minutes and then all of a sudden just kind of falls off a cliff. Even in the games where he's counterpicked by carries that can kill the split's just so tanky when you're level 20, and you get there a lot faster because of how good Radiance is, so it doesn't have the same shortcomings as it did in the past.
As JT getting pressured, yeah, and worst case scenario, it's always good for pushing, right? The Earth Panda is absurd with the siege damage. To the point where I'm surprised we don't see the Ags very often on the hero, but that has definitely fallen out of favor. As Whisper, looks like he is opting for the Spirit Vessel first, which we see at time against this Morphling. We're going to see a TP coming in from Seb. They're going to focus on XNova for now. He's just going to simply TP out, but Monet, he's now in a 3v1 situation inside the Sprout. He will follow suit with a TP as well.
Yeah, opting to TP to the tier 2 to have the shorter TP duration, since the tier 1 TP was already hogged by the Ench. And yeah, it's nice for them that they get out, but it's 2 TPs forced by just one spell cast effectively from the Nature's Prophet, so I think OG pretty happy with this. It's going to free up a lot of space for Whisper to safely get this full wave, and the Morphling is far behind. Borg was talking about this lane as supposedly being a good one for Morph, but it can be hard against Brew, and
XNova getting gone on. Ari will get the kill, and Monet being pressured away again. They don't have the damage to actually kill him, but all the disruption that it can have is very, very valuable against this Morphling. And like we said, the Whisper Spirit Vessel eventually will be a very good pickup against this Morph.
He's got 14 CS minute 5 against these 2 melee heroes together with Ench.
Yeah, they're going to try for the rebound. Sprout again, but he's getting the attribute shift off. Has half mana capacity right now. It's Baboka making his way over. Basically a tri-lane for OG right now, it feels like. As Whisper will continue on. Now they're going to try to focus onto Baboka. A lot easier kill, but the Sprout not able to connect.
Monet is
Monet
not
out of
happy.
lane. Yeah,
This
absolutely.
is real bad. Keep in mind when this hero was picked, right? They had so much information available and still getting crushed. 29 and 14 on the crew. He has as many denies as Morse has last hits right now.
Yeah, that's a rough one.
That's not the expected outcome. When you're playing basically any carry with Ench, you're expected to at least tie against these two melee heroes, but OG have just completely outplayed them and used the Nature's Prophet to great effect, really showing why they picked this hero in the game.
Do we have a TP mid, just maybe to refill the bottle here as Ari, actually not coming from the fountain, looks like. Looking for a pick-off, but not to be this time. As Whisper left to his own devices, which means X-Nova trying to take advantage with that tomato creep. Already at half HP on Whisper. He does not have that primal split as of yet, but still, the damage output is pitiful from IG. Baboka looking for the 7-minute wisdom, is spotted though. And this will likely turn into a kill. There's a Nightmare comes out to make this a bit annoying, but the rebound stun. One more brain sap for the row, but Baboka brought back into the arms of Whisper, and now Step secures the wisdom room.
At the very least, G2IG, they do get their own, but it's picked up by the Dragon Knight. So JT will have a fast level 6, but this is going to come at the expense of one of the supports now, because they didn't get to share it among the two supports. Only one of them got the benefit, which I believe was Baboka. So now this is a level 3.5 Ench and a level almost 4 Bane, 7:30 into the game. For comparison, Ari's almost level 5, and Seb is 4.5, so more than a level advantage on the supports for the side of OG. Lane's looking very solid once more. And this was an IG lineup that needed to do well in lanes, right? Like, I'm really worried for them if they don't get off the ground here, that they have no staying power when we get to minute 15 to 20 when OG start knocking down the tower. It's like, who's going to show up?
Yeah, because we have another rebound attempt. And the Rolling Thunder from BZM. Nothing to say, gets caught off guard. Whisper even making a rotation along with Seb. That's an easy pickoff for OG. Onto the mid laner of IG, and now X-Nova looks like he'll be able to tiptoe away. As Seb, he's going to potentially be the trade here as JT maneuvers over with that dragon form. X-Nova, looks like he picked up that Invis rune earlier. Gets the Centaur creep off onto Ari. Disposed, but Dragon Tail is there. BZM with a nice shield crash onto 3, but not going to be enough to save Ari. Whisper coming in with the Cinder Brew. The primal split to follow. Baboka's dead. Lifting up one more is nothing to say. Respawns and TPs, but now the surround tactics onto X-Nova. He's basically a creep at this stage of the game. Lift up onto the TA, who's now left alone. The DK has TP'd out, and even Seth coming in with the TP. It's a 4 versus 1 inside the Sprout. Another blood grenade. Nothing to say. Dead. Tomato double kill, and likely a tier 1 tower mid. They are playing so aggressive on OG. I mean, this is what it looks like when a Nature's Prophet is successful in the laning stage.
Exactly, and this is what it shows like when, or what it looks like when one side has a carry that can rotate and the other one doesn't, right? Like Monet is never showing up to this. He can't help. So Tomato coming in on the Luna for the big overwhelm. Also at this nighttime with Lunar Blessing, just really ramping up the pace here, OG. IG will get a little bit of time to breathe now, but already so far behind, losing mid tower minute 9:30 as TA feels really bad. And Dragon Knight has actually done less damage to OG's bottom tower than the Luna has to his, so Tomato has almost managed to take the bot tier 1 while also being mid.
Yeah, it feels like he's just had a completely free game, and now that Spirit Vessel online for Whisper, so the Morphling, I mean, even the DK will suffer the consequences in all likelihood if OG can continue this pressure. Damage rune taken by Baboka, so kind of denied from OG. They have a decent amount of early map control. And we'll see what kind of lead they can mount here, or if IG can try to counteract this in some fashion. I mean, what's the go time for that? Like some sort of blink dagger for DK to try to set something up? He's about 1,000 away.
Yeah, I don't really have a good answer to that question, which is what worries me, is that I don't see the obvious timing here. I think you need levels on supports. I think Bane has to get 6. Dragon Knight, I should say, gets the bling. And then the Dragonlance TA, like maybe you can start stringing something together, but the problem is you can't take 5-on-5s, right? You have to somehow split push the map, try to force skirmishes so that you can either outnumber with your Bane catching in the side lane, or maybe getting some sort of TA trap play with Dragon Knight, like whatever it is. But you want to avoid the full-on engagements because you have no tools to deal with a Bruce split and a Pango roll. Until Bane gets 6. When Bane has 6, you can grip the roll, but are you even going to kill him during it is the question.
Sad and company, they want to defend this tier 1
Three
tower.
of me!
JT,
Ah!
Looks like the TP will be successful, but Baboka not so lucky. As OG showing that they are not going to be giving up this tier 1 tower without a fight. Of course, with this lead, they have the option to do so, and now will likely try to pressure this tier 1. In fact, should be able to kill it. That siege wagon in tow.
You can see from Seb's item build what the plan is here. OG really looking to group up. He will complete it now, so that will be a very early Vlads for a full-on 5-man strategy that OG have been tailored, have been building for in this game with the strategy. It's just, I think the lanes actually went better than you almost could have hoped. Everything is coming up OG. Expecting them to not wait long before they start thinking about something like either a Roshan or a tier 2 tower.
Yeah, I think we saw, what, a 13-minute Rosh yesterday? 13, 14 minutes, something like that. I think it was the earliest of the tournament, so
yeah,
definitely not out of the question when you have this kind of a lead. And these aura items to go with it.
Sponsornya M88
still level 5 at 12 minutes right now for IG. And X-Nova level 5 as well, it seems. Tomato will be showing himself in the top lane.
Radiant are scanning.
Doubling the level of X-Nova right now.
Inter anu ae. Inter more playing.
Now let's see if OG want to group up and try to take some towers. They definitely have that at their disposal.
More playing, more
Straight on
playing.
next objective, you know?
Ayahku tahu.
OG understand what game state they're in and what they can force onto G2IG, and I think they understand it just as well. So they're not going to show up to this top lane as it is. They're going to try to just push out bottom with the Dragon Knight. TA is going to farm her triangle. You're looking to still find some sort of meaningful farm on X-Nova's end. The bot tower will fall, so G2IG with their first tower of the game 13 minutes in with DK Ench. It's not great. Yeah, OG, they will even pop the Unleash for this. They know this is not going to turn into a fight, so just want to be done with this as fast as possible. Go to Ari.
Top tower has fallen.
Yep, and in a minute and a half is when Roche will be on that side, and they have firm control of the entirety of the top side of the map, so that's likely what they're going to be waiting for, or they could just do that as well, but it could just be a backstab type action.
JT has some good vision here to help him out.
Oh,
read
seorang main skill 1, so.
the plan here and get
Iku
away.
Legend Archon orang main nganggo skill 1.
And this is how it's going to be for the next 10 minutes, I think. It's going to be a game of cat and mouse. OG will try to run around the map looking for members of G2IG to kill off in groups of 3 or 4, and Nature's Puppet obviously will be one of those heroes.
Baboka.
The math there.
Ooh.
Nice sprout.
Alright.
Falling Blade on cooldown there for Baboka. Couldn't quite make it in there in time.
X-Nova spotted out. He is level 6, but it matters not. Seb will claim the kill from global range. Tomato very close to the Manta style now.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
As we have a blink as well, so that's actually for the IG side. See how aggressive they want to get with this. The tier 2 tower taking some damage in the bot lane now, but
I mean, isn't it just telling that Ari does this?
Ayo, di perang
Doesn't look like it though. He will get away. Nice try from Nothing to Say there, trying to go for the deny attack onto his own trap. You will see him on the next one. Actually, with the dagger, he will get it.
Strike is enough, so Ari is punished in the end. Nothing to Say, a good read. And Ari just bad luck walking over.
Yeah, if he would have walked left, he wouldn't have died. But it's like, it's one of those situations you just don't know, right? So you're going to take the chance. It also kind of looked like Nothing to Say didn't expect to get an opportunity. And then all of a sudden, he walked over to Travis like, oh, I actually can still find a kill here, and he will.
Oh, yeah. Very nice pickup for Baboka.
Stealing the Wisdom.
Not too shabby.
Minute 15:30.
Yeah. But
against Nature's Prophet, it's very surprising.
That is true. The Nature's Prophet is rare, but typically when you have this kind of a lead, you're not going to be on that side of the map a lot of the time, so
yeah,
could be a good snag, but IG will take anything they can get at this point. This 5K deficit, 16 minutes. It's not growing that much. As I say, that goes to 6. Maybe it is. BZM now with a haste and XNova taking heavy damage from the high ground here. And Ari is hunting. XNova looks to be okay, but the tower is continuing to be pressured and no defense mounted from IG. At what point will they be forced to do so?
Support farming.
Can they wait till high ground is the question.
Support farming.
Finally get their first major item on the Morphling, which will be a decent help. Having the Manta, it's going to help him push out waves better. It's going to help him farm faster. This doesn't really seem like a fighting item whatsoever in this circumstance. It's just he will want it as part of his inevitable endgame build regardless in this game, and now he's just going to use it to maximize, stall things out.
Baboka looking for an opening.
Bentuk sampai tuku queling, cuk. Wah.
Might have been spotted.
Yeah, seeing the pings here.
Seb walking in that direction. Baboka on the high ground right now. 4K lead for OG. They do spot Baboka, but nothing stays there. Grip to start things out. BZM gets the Rolling Thunder, but Seb already dead. Nothing to say. He's going to get diffused with Whisper now making his way over with the TP. Baboka is waiting for the Nightmare, but he's just going to TP out instead. That means nothing to say is dead. Oh, Melt Strike. Eventually brought down. So a good attempt from IG. They definitely need to do things like that, but that is you're giving up a TA for a Nature's Prophet. Not exactly fair.
I just think it's too deep. You're going all the way behind the tier 2 tower on a slow kill, right? The enemy team is going to be responding in time now. Of course, from OG, it's a really good read that BZM is already in the neighborhood. Maybe that could have been a hit and run, but it's easier said than done to get fast kills and get out when you're this deep on the map. OG will be fast to respond, bring the right heroes, and go for that punish. If TA has a Deso, this is maybe a different story. Like maybe the kills are fast enough that you can actually hit and run it, but not there yet.
So OG comfortable just farming away.
Yep, just approaching Radiance.
And potentially that is the item. That will make them more comfortable.
Farming mana, farming mana.
Baboka is spotted. Rebound, BZM, casual right click. Another kill to OG's name. Monet will TP out and is going for the new shotgun build. We don't really call it shotgun build anymore, do we?
No.
But it is, kind of.
Yeah, I mean, the reason it used to be called the shotgun build was that you fired 2 projectiles back to back, right? Now you fire 1, but it just hits twice. Kinda. Yeah.
It's close enough.
It's good enough, I guess.
Not realistic. Zeb looking for somebody, but we'll just take out the illusions instead. And Tomato starting to look very stacked indeed. Just on his lonesome, a 2,000 gold lead over anyone else in the game. And for Luna, that is typically you're given just a little bit of space and you expand it to a ridiculous degree.
Yeah, it does feel like the fastest farming carry in Dota right now. With a perfectly free game, I think it has had the overall highest GPM we've seen in this tournament. I think we saw a game from Pure ending with over 1,000 GPM on Luna this tournament, one time. I believe that might even have been... Was it on stage? It couldn't have been on stage. They haven't played on stage yet. They played the upper bracket semis off stage. So have yet to be blessed with that later on. Yeah.
Well, OG will group up, and this will be a free Roche.
Really is very clear that G2IG are playing plan... I don't even want to call this plan B, maybe plan C. And we'll find Seb at the very least, and Money will turn into him to teleport to top for maximum farm efficiency here.
Yep, that's the min-max right there.
When both Dragon Knight and Morph go Manta first item, and you're just cutting waves, this was not the plan to begin with. But it also it shows that IG are willing to adapt and know that they have to pivot away from the original plan with how the lanes went. So at least they're not stuck in their ways and like, okay, we're still going to buy Dragon Knight Dagger. We're still going to look for fights we can't win.
Right.
So I do think this is the right approach for them. Still a very long road to equalizing this game, but this is the way to do it. it just, for a long time in Dota, playing this way has been very hard. Just playing from behind and then playing constant split push until you recover is not easy.
Farming mana,
Keeping
farming
the game
mana.
afloat. Only 4k lead now for OG. With that Tormentor going the way of XNova, that will be a nice DPS increase for them.
Yeah, but the wisdom
once he gets impetus, I suppose. Doesn't currently have it. Does Sprite actually work?
Against Sprout?
No, if you don't have impetus skilled. Do you fire an impetus still? I guess it
I don't know.
works. I don't know,
The
actually.
movement will work for sure.
Yeah.
That's the more important aspect in this.
Just get backwards and then you fire on projectile, it just says error. That would be classic Dota.
Tomato, high ground attempt number 1. Fortification is popped from IG. Of course, he has that Aegis to work with for 3.5 minutes. Top lane, though, BZM showing off that Blink Dagger.
Oh, no
Top
mana.
of Monet now. Yeah, Monet very much out of mana. And the rebound from Ari. Good rotation from OG. An extremely important kill to make sure Monet cannot recover in this game number 2.
And it's very elegant how OG set this up, right? They're pushing bottom lane with 3 or 4 heroes at the same time, so it's less obvious for
Whisper,
Monet
though.
to read that.
That'll be some sort of a trade for IG.
That's a quick punish. This is a big kill. This is actually IG favored overall. This is a very, very big Brewmaster streak that they end there. I think he was he 5-0? Yeah. So mega kill gold going the way of JT. Start making some progress here. And I will say, if OG don't manage to get a meaningful like Rex or map advantage by the 30 to 40 minute mark, this IG Tricore is absolutely stupidly strong late game. I definitely think that if they can stay afloat in this fashion for another 15 minutes, I have IG favored to win this game. When Dragon Knight starts getting an axe in this game, it's going to be outstandingly strong against the OG lineup. Your Morph is starting to get somewhere. The Kanda is on the way. TA has had an okay game. So definitely not even remotely close to over yet for the side of G2IG. I think they've done a really good job. OG were up 7k, I want to say 3 minutes ago. And they've just stabilized very well.
Yeah, I mean, the question is, what can OG get out of this Aegis? They still have some time remaining, about 1:40. We'll try to pressure again, this time in the mid lane, as XNova trying to defend. Has nothing to say, shows himself as well. As Baboka, Step going in kind of deep there with the Sprout, with the Loosen Beam. XNova barely able to get out in time. Once this tower goes down again, Luna is a hero you have to really worry about. Ari's the one taking the brunt of the damage right now. Nothing to say with that. Deso deletes him from the map. Tier 3 tower is out. And now Whisper can focus on that melee racks along with Tomato and those Moonglaves. Aegis still intact. They lift up the TA just to buy some time. Second fortification for IG. And now these Brewlings getting quite low, so OG likely having to reset now. Whisper's gonna get Dragon Tail down and bursted. 2 dead now for OG as Seb looks to be the third. And G2IG showing some signs of life, and this is a very important defense for their game. Double kill from Monet as Tomato. And won't be able to get too much. I mean, they get the tier 3, but the Aegis will be expiring of natural causes.
Yeah, so we're seeing the replay here. This is the tail end of it, obviously just obliterating Whisper with this burst damage that they do have between the TA and the Morph. I think OG maybe got a little bit over-aggressive looking to dive there. I get what they were trying to do with the kill on Ench, but when that failed, Ari was in a completely compromised position inside the IG base, got nightmared up forever, and then they just turned and killed him off. And this is effectively equalizing the game. OG were close to getting racks there. Like maybe if you just stay in more tight formation, just play around your Brew Split and siege the barracks. I think you might have just got the lane, honestly. But with this dive from the supporting cast of OG, it was difficult for the Chorus to confidently connect on it.
Yeah, and keep in mind, at this stage of the game, normally the Brewmaster already has the Radiance, which made a huge difference there. Obviously, he went for the Spirit Vessel first, but I mean, his farm has not been particularly great if you compare it to the offlaner from IG. There's a 3k separation there.
Yeah, it's one of the big issues when you go for the Vessel over the Radiance, is if you don't snowball the game and you have a couple of missed opportunities, this would definitely have been a better game for Whisper, but I don't remember looking back on this game how impactful the Vessel actually was. Like, I understand why he wants it. It's amazing against all 3 enemy cores, so it definitely is a feels-good pickup, but still feels like the fights that OG won, they would have won regardless in the same fashion. So it could have been a much, much faster Radiance instead.
Yeah, I feel like we've been seeing less earn into a big item and then eventual Spirit Vessel just to be able to get the charges.
Yeah, that would have also been
feels like they just go straight forward if they're going to opt for it at all. It's Monet getting chased up. Getting that Manta off, Lucent Beam, but the grip on top of the Rolling Thunder, that doesn't really help Monet too much as he gets the double stun after the fact as Monet will die, but Boca is next. The aggression from OG, not punished this time. The BKB is there for nothing to say for this potential high ground defense, but there is no Aegis, of course. It's OG. See if they have enough time to even opt for something like that.
Tomato approaching Conda as well will definitely be a big increase in OG's long-range damage. Maybe look for some sort of cute play with that plus a swashbuckle to assassinate a support in a fight, for example. Throw a little bit of a Wrath of Nature on top for the finish.
Remember when Yules used to be very common pickup on the Pango for that roll. You basically just got that for free with the Fiend's Grip on the end.
Yeah.
That was, I'm not sure if it actually mattered there, but just funny to see.
Yep.
Yeah, OG with a little bit of a lead, but definitely within striking distance is G2IG. So Jack, Green Barbecue Chen, the legendary figure of Dota 2, doesn't have to fret quite yet. But this is, of course, an elimination game for his team.
Farming mana, farming mana, mati farming ngomongnya. Aduh.
You just can't do it.
Gaming boyo
It's just a lovable figure, you know? Always on my mind. Now the next rush we won't know about for another 40 seconds, as I believe the Conda here for Tomato will be delivered very shortly. So that burst damage potential very high.
Yep. Also important for Tomato that he has the Pike. I think this is a very good game to decide to go for this early. If you look at the core-to-core matchups, he has Morph and TA. The panel was talking about how Morph in particular is one of those heroes that can stand up to you, but guess what? You can just get the range advantage by just piking him away if he goes on you, and then suddenly you take full advantage of your low cooldown Lucent Beam Conda build. Oh, nothing to say. This is a big jump. Oh my god, he evaporated.
That was 70 seconds of no TA.
Ari and Tomato just jumped on him together in mid. He was completely alone in the middle of the map. No supporting cast nearby. That is such a huge kill. This could lead to Rax, actually. Just a full minute of control for OG. The waves, not the best, but if they could somehow get this mid-wave in. JT already on the task.
Oh, nice Lucent Beam from Tomato. X-Nova is going to try to make it as hard as possible.
Well, he's wasting some time here. Also has the Pike.
He does, but Tomato very quick. And eventually will bring down Enchantress. Seb actually getting that one.
Yeah, nice kill Shakur from Seb. Very necessary Wrath of Nature there. Surprised they didn't tip him for it.
I mean, that chase alone burned a lot of time on the death timer for TA.
Yeah, for sure. This is G2IG are going to recover from this, but that is a big, big blow to them, and OG with a great find. Still a bit surprised that Nothing to Say left himself vulnerable there in the mid lane and gets punished, but at the same time, you also have to take some risks. You need to push out these waves consistently so that OG can't just run the show. But now G2IG with 2 BKBs approaching the next fight, you know? They have Ags on Dragon Knight, level 18.
40% from cooldown.
Sorry, that's a reference you won't get.
Yeah, I was
you
going to say.
You don't like fun.
Okay,
It's fine.
Appreciate that. Go one cast without insulting me. Impossible for you.
Yeah, that's fair.
Oh, he spotted right after the teleport, and that ward really paying off. 45 seconds on the deck for him, and we'll see G2IG is Roche available for the pickins.
This is a really, really crucial moment in this game. Without the second rush, I think it's going to be difficult for OG to look to high grounding now that all 3 cores of G2IG have effectively come online as much as they needed to.
Smoke is popped. He's going to get Dragon-tailed into the Fiend's Grip. No Primal Split for you. Rolling Thunder a little bit late from BZM. And OG likely having to retreat now in a 3 versus 5 situation. BZM picks up the bounty and we'll be able to get away scot-free, but
40 seconds, TA plus Morph. You know where this is headed.
Oh, yeah.
This is... Yeah, it's just theirs. I don't think OG can do anything about this. They might want to try, but even the Dragon Knight Manta is just causing them trouble and giving information. And this is the most important moment of the game for G2IG. They execute just what they needed to. They find a core kill that doesn't have buyback around the time that Roche is crossing the map. They're now in a very good position in this game. And I say that despite them having an open base.
As Monet, okay, mana is completely burned. Remember, he just picked up the Aegis, but it's going to be a quick life number 1. Inside the Sprout, and he is all alone. Can he possibly get out of this? Waveform, onto the other side, close to the fountain is Tomato, continuing with the Lucent Beams. Rebound not able to hit, but the Dispose back into their arms, and just like that, the Aegis completely irrelevant.
Nice Aegis, guys. It would be a shame if you were to just leave it out in the open alone and get punished instantly. Say OG, and yeah, all right. That was going to be a really big advantage for G2IG, but as you say, down the drain. OG don't have it for pushing, but at the very least in the upcoming fight, they have a fair conditions, if you will. I always say Tannic as well. Tomato is big. He is still way ahead of the competition here. And he has to be. He has to compensate for a poor Brew. So this is the hero to watch. All right, straight in.
Roshan Banner, will it go down? Absolutely, along with more important objectives like the range racks. And likely the melee to follow. No Morphling for 20 seconds. Does G2IG want to defend? Do they just give up one set for now? The Enfeeble being extremely annoying for Tomato. He's not really doing much damage to the melee racks now. Is BZM having to help out. The Breathe Fire also helping out in the damage mitigation department. Dragon Tail to slow this down. Morphling up in 3 seconds. Spirit Festival applied to JT. And there's a fortification. So somehow G2IG actually defend this for the time being.
Oh, Whisper is compromised right now.
He has the Primal Split, but the Dragon Tail to open up. BZM posturing a bit to make sure that they won't jump his Brewmaster. I feel like we haven't seen the Primal Split in a team fight for a while now because he keeps getting picked off. Seen the solo pickoffs though.
Wait, why do OG have 2 Vlads?
Do they?
Ari just bought Vlad. Seth has Vlad.
Oh dear. Wraith Pact, of
yeah,
course.
maybe if they have one each, they can make Wraith Pact.
Yes, that's the hidden patch notes.
Seems like a little bit of a miscommunication here. I don't see the rationale, at least, behind having more than one.
One of them is expecting to die early in the fight, so then they have a guaranteed backup.
It's the next level play where Seb TP's in and gets killed, and IG are like, okay, we can chase. They don't have Vlad. And then Ari's like, haha, I also have a Vlad.
That is the item that they're worried about more than anything.
Yeah, it's got to be.
These Luna items irrelevant. Vlad's, though, I mean, it's a scary face. It has a skull on it, so understandable.
Yep. What does that have in the Chinese client?
That's true.
How does that look for them? Maybe it's not scary for them at all. Maybe it's like a cute, cuddly teddy bear aura.
Yeah, that's actually possible. I'll have to investigate that after this.
Yeah, talk to your good friend Jack Chen, aka KBBQ. He'll
That's
probably
true.
let you know. If he wants to talk to you after the series, it will probably be depending on the result.
Yeah, absolutely.
See how.
Will he be enraged or will he be happy-go-lucky?
He was in a good mood yesterday. Then he played some pubs.
That happens.
Big item here. Big item alert for NTS. Huge damage upgrade, and as has been the case for a while in this game, once they do find the catches, G2IG, they can assassinate even carries, or cores rather, really quickly. I think the only hero that should feel relatively safe not to get burst is Tomato. But the Pango, as well as the Brew, can die in a Dragon Tail if TA and Morph just pile on them with everything they have and score a critical strike with the TA in particular.
I mean, out of this 7K lead for OG, 5 of it is Tomato.
You could argue 7, right? If you compare him to the Morph.
Yeah, true.
So the other cores of IG well ahead of their counterparts. And then Seb is obviously the one keeping the score the way it is. Nature's Prophet will, most circumstances.
A bit on the greedy side, of course. That is the Nature's Prophet style. Tormentor for OG, who gets the shard. It'll be Ari.
Right. Additional rebound functionality. And the cooldown reduction is nice.
Yeah, that's the standard. I mean, I wonder if he uses this. I mean, he is definitely one of the Marcy specialists, so. I just remember watching a match with Soxa where he deleted the item so he would not gain net worth. That's how much he hated it.
It was worse back then.
It was. He didn't get the cooldown reduction.
Okay.
But I believe this will come down to an eventual Roche off, but there's quite a bit of time before that actually occurs. BZM with the Arcane Rune has the Basher to to swap back in when he's ready to fight. Lead growing a little bit more for OG though.
Yeah, it's
Hari
largely just
ini
nature's
streamingnya
profit, I
sampai
would
jam
say.
9
I
aja
think
ya
the core
teman-teman
matchups are remaining
karena saya
a
mau
constant,
nonton
but
MU
Seb
kalah
is getting
lagi.
so far ahead of the enemy supports by the minute.
Wih,
As it is pointed out here by
Liverpool
the
menang,
observer,
Cok.
he actually has more net worth now than the
Ini,
Brewmaster, so he is also taking something
meskipun
away from
tidak
Whisper,
ada
but it is a net positive, the
game
amount of extra farm that they
MU
are
tidak
finding around the map.
memainkan laga big match atau apapun. Yang penting saya mau nonton MU, oke? Hari ini sampai jam 9 aja. Besok kita ketemu lagi, oke?
A difference
Nggak
maker
tahu
when the
mungkin
BKBs expire.
besok
It is a good
streamingnya
call,
mau
actually.
jam
All of
berapa, saya
IG's
juga tidak
damage
tahu
is
karena
right-click
besok
reliant,
saya
with the
ada
exception
acara.
of the adaptive strike
Mungkin
conduct from Monet.
kalau
Even
besok tidak capek
Enchantress getting
malamnya
Halberd can
aku
be very
streaming
impactful in the
lagi.
right situation.
Ya mungkin kalau malam
If you're
aku
Halberd and you use Sprite, I
mungkin
guess you don't even shoot.
nonton Dota
You just jump.
aja,
Yeah, probably.
nggak main. Tapi kalau gamenya
I did confirm
cepat,
earlier, by the way, that the
nggak tahu ya.
Sprite does use your current level of
Game
impetus,
Dotanya,
because he had
apa,
impetus level
nonton
1,
nobar
and it was on cooldown from
Dotanya,
shooting, and then when he Sprite, he fired a regular
apa
attack.
namanya,
So those two
cepat,
skills are completely
gamenya
tied
agak
together.
cepat, mungkin masih bisa main.
Seb will
Ya
take care
mungkin
of
main
business up top.
satu
And
game,
this
dua game
nature's
Dota
profit pick is allowing
apa-apa.
OG to stay maybe a little bit more aggressive on the map than usual.
Jadi
This is
mungkin
a very
situ,
nice hero to have in your roster when
karena
you
ini
are
sampai jam
facing
9
this
aja.
Manta split push TA traps.
Mungkin kalau Daniel Ivan
Poke and prod around the map from
sudah
G2IG,
streaming,
Seb can always take care of the trash lane and still connect.
Motto. They
sudah
blinked away
streaming
from it. He
mungkin
was
nanti bisa
all
pindah
alone
ke
right there.
Daniel Ivan.
Oh my.
Oke,
Very cocky play.
They have
dimulai dari
they have
1
fallen
jam
into enough OG traps
58 menit
this
lagi,
series already.
1 jam
Yeah,
58
they're gonna.
Pokoknya 58 menit
This is
lagi.
where the mental
Kita akan
thing can really
berpisah,
get
oke?
to, where you start seeing ghosts everywhere. Because that last game, every move G2IG
Sumpah
tried to make
cuy,
was countered. So now
game
when they see
boring
Luna,
cuy.
they'll just be like, "There's no way, right?
Radiant's
that he's alone." And sometimes it will be the case, but
Pantes sih game 1 jam 2 jam
I don't know if it would be
farming
good for
cok
the
menit 37 mek 30 kill cok.
Ari on the way to a BKB can almost have it if he sells his Vlads. It will be 2/3 of the way then.
Yeah, that's true. Very important to get rid of that as soon as possible. The stats on it do not matter, apparently. It's Tomato. Onto the high ground they go, and Feeble to start things out, but yeah, they'll just back away.
Yeah, they're trying to bait G2IG to TP back. This is essentially just a macro play. This was not with the intent of taking barracks. They're just hoping that they can psych G2IG out a little bit and force their heroes back to base. Did not work though. They called the bluff and they stayed out on the map.
The Bane solo defended, and they're very impressive from G2IG. And Seb showing himself in the bot lane now.
I think Seb is probably going to go for an AC here, just knowing him and looking at the style of game that this is. It is an incredible aura for the team to have. He could almost have it if he sells his Vlad.
You're really obsessed with selling Vlad, yeah.
That is another path to unlocking it, but I do think that's the best item he can buy here. A lot of the times you'll see Nature's Prophets buy a utility item in the slot, like
X-Nova,
a Hex, but
run into by BZM. He's going to use the Rolling Thunder for the Enchantress. Gets the bash on the shield crash with the Aghanim Scepter, but here comes the Dragonite, and we get the Fiend's Grip directly onto BZM, and he's dead just like that. Even the Primal Split used, but now just trying to run away is OG.
Yeah, that's a get the fuck out dad moment if I've ever seen one. OG running away as quickly as they came, and this is... I'm curious to see which direction Baboka takes this. He's actually eyeing up the BKB over the Ags. I think he recognizes, okay, if I'm BKB, my grip's going through, right? They're not going to be able to stop it with any BKB piercing ability, with the exception of a Pango Bash. So if he's the guy he's gripping, you know, it's likely staying there.
Yep.
But Seb is not going to AC, by the way. He is planning on a Shiva, which I find a bit surprising when you look at the...
This is a big pickup, though. Third Roche. Yep. So you get Aghanim Scepter now. Who picks it up? Looks like Nothing to Say will be teleporting everywhere.
The good thing about getting Ags from this Roche is that that one doesn't drop in 30 seconds when you get ganked onto the map as the carry.
That is permanent net worth.
Yeah,
that can
they're going
be
to keep
applied.
that one. And wait, who did you say they put it on? They put it on the TA?
Yeah.
I mean, they could have put that on the Bane as well. It would have been quite nice then maybe...
But that's a support, Cinder, and sure.
Yeah, fair. Never mind, I take it back.
You know these core players, what they're like. Insufferable.
I mean, if you look at the way the game is being played, obviously the TA Ags for this game state is really nice. So I don't blame them. I'm saying it was an interesting alternative that would have allowed Baboka to probably not go BKB and spend his gold in an entirely different fashion. They do think the TA psionic projection is more valuable.
Well, it makes this gem for Ari way more important now. Being able to kill these traps just provides so much extra map control for OG, but it's going to be hard to find them all.
Damn, Seb has cycled through all the armor items. So he was eyeing up Shiva's, then he sold his Vlads and got Lotus.
Oh, he did sell them.
Big up to him for selling the Vlad.
Oh man, I wish we had a replay of that.
And now he's going for the AC. So I am happy to ultimately see him arrive at that, but I guess the Lotus, it's a bit difficult to say which one is more important, right? If he puts Lotus on Pango, he can protect him against the Bane, which is really big. But AC has a lot of teamfight impact, and ultimately he will want both, which is very understandable.
Yeah, it won't protect him after the grip comes out, though. It has to be prematurely used.
G2IG spilling out on the map.
BZM already used his blink into the Dragon Knight's arms. Even the grip extended from Baboka just to ensure the death of BZM, and even an MKB for X-Nova. He is going to start really hurting now on this Ench.
BZM was having such a clean game. He was 4-0-8, and now he's been caught twice back-to-back within 3 minutes. These kills are really big. It's just buying G2IG so much time. And I do think at this point you have to look at this game as one that is quite clearly G2IG favored, the way I see it. Like they managed to somehow, after having a really terrible start to the game with very weak team fight, they've managed to stall out the game, get to the point where all 3 of their cores are true carries. Like this is a tri-carry lineup that they're running, and all of them are buying carry items. So the Brewmaster's effectiveness is going to fade into irrelevance. I'm a little bit worried about here for the side of OG soon, because Whisper cannot keep up with this level of farm. As a matter of fact, G2IG are going to take matters into their own hands. They push really fast, so OG better get back on time. Dragon Knight plus Morphling can make work of a tower in 5 seconds together. They will force out the glyph and reset and go back to mid and claim that one instead. Look at that pushing speed. That's without the TA and the Deso. Imagine with, they could clean up the base in half a minute.
Yeah,
if OG were to lose the fight without buybacks, the game would just end.
OG really needed to have gotten that, that set of barracks back when they originally pushed, because now no real lane advantage. It's just the range rack, which does basically nothing.
And ideally, one of the second and third Roches, right? That's where I feel like G2IG really stalled out the game. Despite losing the Aegis, at the very least, they took it away from OG's Luna. Allowed themselves to play in a fashion that is, I don't know if I want to say it's old, but...
Are you a little surprised that there's no Lincolns for BZM? I got to hold that thought, though. We might have a bit of action with the Aegis attack for Monet on the Morphling. JT on the cliff, nothing to say, able to blink out. Now JT showing himself, the Wrath of Nature doing a nice job of keeping them in place. The Rolling Thunder coming in from BZM, focusing on Baboka, but he gets bursted actually after the usage of the BZM. Even Elite nothing to say with the Eclipse. Now Tomato and company, major advantage in this fight. They find 3 pickoffs, and now Monet gets mid-TP inside the Sprout. That's the Aegis. And OG gonna surround Morphling again. We've seen this before. And somehow OG power up when the enemy gets Aegis.
Back, please.
Just really good play calling to isolate and kill this Nature's Prophet is fantastic. But getting this Bane instantly is the play here. Look, Tomato, no hesitation, just blinks and pops everything. And the amount of damage instances they have between Ari and Tomato, even the 25 refraction talent, it looked like nothing to say he didn't even have refraction. And he just died in the blink of an eye, so... OG, when they do get the entry into the fight and they find the right targets, they can definitely build something out of it.
Yep, that's mid lane for OG. There's a buyback for the Morphling, but the dispose onto the Dragon. That's going to force the buyback now. As the bash onto JT, already using the BKB. We can see OG.
Oh, he didn't get over the edge.
He didn't get to the low ground. Nothing to say. Gets the silent. Melt strike. Finally, couple 4-step views and the swashbuckle. BZM looks like he might survive as a result. Instead of getting slowed by the Dragon Knight illusions. Tomato and company going to be grouping up. Power of friendship and whatnot.
very,
Looks like they
very
will be
good
able to get out.
for OG to get out there. They got the Morph and the TA buybacks and Elena Barracks and lost nobody. Saving Private BZM on the way out. That's straight back in.
Yeah, Primal Split, be able to take out the tier 3 easily. JT still in that dragon form, but not for that much longer. As the buildings are absolutely melting right now. And that's going to be 2 lanes for OG. So fast. This was looking to be IG favored. They have the Aegis, they have the cheese, which still hasn't been used. They lose that team fight horribly, and now they're down 2 sets of racks.
It's all about how fights start. OG being able to find that flank and getting a great Nature's Prophet route into just piling on them.
And now the items starting to flow in favor of OG. Talked about the AC for Seb.
Yep.
And Octarine we saw from Whisper, so more Primal Splits to use.
And Auri starting to become a real threat now as well in this Marcy. We saw how he just made quick work of the TA together with the Luna. Now with BKB it's going to be even easier.
And he still has the Vlad. He did not delete his.
Yeah, I think it's good they kept one of them.
Yeah, I think so too.
Imagine they miscommunicated and told it at the same time too. That would have been really fun. But there is a limit to how wrong it can go for OG, and right now it seems like they can do no wrong anymore. 2 lanes of barracks and in a good control of the map. Definitely now looking to try to finish this one off with the refresh on Brewmaster and Ultimate ready. They can just go for 2 back-to-back pokes, and that is exactly what's going to happen here. So
rolling
starting
Thunder. And we see the Primal Split can be used to take out the tower easily. The backline defense on Kovalki. He pops the BKB. He's already relatively safe, looking for an opening on the Fiend's Grip. Unable to find one initially as BZM gets to the low ground, but these buildings again are melting. The glaze from the illusions doing so much damage. Looks like Seb is the first to fall though, but there's the grip onto Tomato. A beautiful rebound to 3 as Ari destroying them on the back line, but now he is the one destroyed. Has no more Luna to play with. 3 for 1, successful defense from IG, or is it? They lose the melee racks. So only 1 range to go to get these mega creeps for OG.
Yeah, it looked like Seb just flat out threw his body at the that gave G2IG a bit of an angle as Ari committed in again. They get some return kills. And they do hold on to 1 range barracks, but you're down 2.5 lanes against Nature's Prophet. It is always going to be dangerous. You have to constantly be on top of your waves now. Any little moment of opportunity, Seb's going to TP in there, spawn some treants, and get to work with his AC. If you don't have Glyph, that barracks can fall in a matter of seconds, even against the support Prophet when he's disarmed.
And remember, the range does not regen at all, so it feels inevitable that that will be killed.
Then you will be seeing the classic against the rope that IG will definitely not GG out of until they have to.
They have plenty of experience with that. So as they split the uprights with the Dragon Knight.
See what they can get in return. I think OG really don't want to spend core buyback here on the Luna. That is the big one. And they might...
Yeah, but as you see the Primal Split being used to get the Mega Creeps, so giving up a lane of racks, even potentially 2, not that big of a deal, as they will certainly wait for the buybacks as Monet gets the melee racks. That is Mega Creeps for OG now, as Whisper, he's going to get hounded. Might cost him his life as X-Nova on the split screen, spotted by BZM. Looks like they'll find the stun, and eventually the Enchantress will fall. And Whisper able to survive through that.
How did OG break backdoor? I didn't actually see. Which wave did Whisper manage to get into the base there? That's a quite big blunder from the side of G2IG. If you have the 3 enemy heroes dead and you're pushing their base, somebody has to take care that this doesn't happen. I wasn't even looking for it. Maybe it was the same for G2IG. They're like, oh, they can't do this? Somehow, Whisper finds the angle and gets the megas, and now
the real game begins.
You can't ask for better conditions for OG now, except an Aegis and Cheese, which they can think about claiming soon.
The Aegis, the Cheese, the potential Aghanim Scepter, and of course the tier 5 items in 11 minutes that we're definitely going to get to because this is a Mega Creep game.
Yeah, love that.
Very exciting. I mean, it's really the Mega Creeps that are the big threat here for G2IG because 11k lead for OG, it's not that substantial in a 50-minute game.
Yeah, this is not about the gold at all. I agree. I think it still, in any given fight, G2IG can definitely win it, but the constant pressure and information advantage that OG is going to have will be worth way more than gold. So It's just a matter of them playing the map correctly and not getting caught off in a weak position. Big item here coming out from Monet could help them in the upcoming fight. He's probably going to have to just flat out initiate for his TA. I think a problem that G2IG have had in many of their fights is nothing to say, just getting isolated and killed off really quickly by the Luna as well as Marcy. So if other cores can work as a lightning rod for him would be very, very helpful. Morph with a butter can do just that. Of course, no true strike on any OG hero, I believe, so very valuable this game.
5 tron sampean. 5 trean summon.
Fans in the crowd with the world's smallest little flag. But
oh, tapi
OG on it. You couldn't see it in the camera shot, but you zoomed in enough. I promise you, I've seen them up close.
Yeah, still more polygons than Morphling.
Under a microscope, and it is indeed an OG flag. Down goes Mr. Stoneman. It was inevitable. And they will choose to put the Aegis here on Timato for the push. And of course, lest we forget, have a Roshan's banner here with the mega creeps. You love that.
Lest we forget, yes.
Let's see if OG used this to make the creep stronger or to get 1 second of vision at the tier 4 towers in the enemy base. Choices are plenty here.
All right, I will say, we haven't brought it up too much because I'm sick and tired of talking about such an irrelevant item. But when they have mega creeps, they do become Gaben creeps, which are ridiculously powerful.
Well, they're less powerful than they used to be. As we know, Gaben has lost quite a bit of weight. He has really been on a
this bot lane, though, look at that.
Inspiring
These Gaben creeps. Look at the damage. Just so much heft and juice inside them. Beautifully done. We'll see if they can counteract this with 3 right clicks to the Roshan banner eventually.
Or one-shotting the wave with TA.
Or that. Now look at Enchantress can't deal with it.
They're quite strong.
All right, we have a pause just to really bask in the glory that is the Gaben creeps. Let's get a cheer for Gaben creeps, Birmingham. All right, let's put this on a scale. Let's get a cheer for alcohol. Okay. Yep, I think we know where that stands. Very, very Birmingham of you guys. That was a quick disconnect, but...
All right, there was a guy in the crowd trying to get a cheer for us, and he got almost nothing. So I think alcohol has taken a very clear first place here.
I think Ari is too young to have alcohol, though, I think. He hasn't let it ruin his life yet, and that's why he is having a successful career as a young lad.
That turned really dark very fast.
Sorry about that. And we're back in the...
Sure, it's fine.
Remember, the Roshan's banner is bot. Very important to keep that in mind. BZM and company. Okay, we're going to get Whisper's ult.
Here we go again.
Apply as much pressure to these tier 4s as possible. That's a lot of damage from the Conda, though, from Monet. I said, my God, all right. Well, they tickled the buildings, but they don't regen. That's the important thing. Do this 100 times, and they will be able to prevail. Whisper. Will be able to get out. He can get out of the Primal Split anytime he wants now with that shard anyway. No big deal. Has the refresher, of course. And they do have the refresher shard right now. It's on Tomato. And we'll see. And he actually went for the Eclipse Lucent Beam Mini Stun talent. So a double Eclipse will actually destroy, potentially, especially with the Gaben creeps.
Yeah, how long is it the interval is between each individual beam? You definitely know this.
You mean 0.25 second stun? Times 2?
I'm saying how much of the time are you stunned if you're solo tanking an Eclipse with this talent? Like, how long does it take in between each beam?
Oh, I mean, you're perma-stun.
Are you sure about this?
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Okay. Now, that is crazy.
I could have just made that up. I mean,
I think you did.
Like, why would you believe anything that I say? Right, 53 minutes in the game, Cinderin. Will we get to the dream scenario that only I enjoy, apparently? Everybody's complaining about these 60-minute games. That's what I live for. Motto. Level 26. What can he upgrade here? He has, I mean, an eventual refresher orb. He is going for Scotty right now to replace, I mean, I guess the Hurricane Pike.
Yeah, Scotty feels really good against Morph, of course. He needs the Moon Shard still. Still a little bit of ways to grow, but...
Oh, yeah. They are constricting the map right now. And OG I mean, how much time is on this Aegis here? 2 minutes to go. So I assume... Wait, what's the timer on Roshan's banner? Is it already dead? Why?
It's still there for another 2 minutes 36.
Is it?
But they have full overlap.
All right, that's good.
I am actually really proud of myself. I feel like this is the first time I've tried to find the Roshan banner and been successful.
Can we get a petition to have Gaben's face show up on the mini-map? So that at least the casters and the audience can see it.
I definitely think the banner should have a different minimap icon than anything else, right? Like, it'd just be a little flag. It's just a...
Sure, like the OG flag, but not too small,
It's just a... Yeah, okay. It needs to be visible.
2 pixels.
Just a little flag icon, at least for the observers. If you don't want to have it for the teams, that's fine, but... Nothing to say is back. The FPS issue has been resolved. That is a lot of OG... What do you call these? The ones they're holding signs?
Yeah.
Have another word?
That is the word, sign.
Very good. Is there another word for those specific
Extremely
types of
eloquent, as always, as the Primal Split number 2 comes out. Okay, they're going to push the Dragon to the other side. He does not have his Dragon form anymore. This might be the go time for OG. As JT, a pathetic human being. You can see the Wrath of Nature doing quite a bit to keep them in place. And I think the tickling of the tower is not too shabby. It's not Tomato coming in. That's going to be 1 tier 4 tower down. They get the Eclipse off. The Dragon Knight taking massive damage, but 4 staff to safety. Might be able to get the Fountain on time. Primal Split again from Whisper, and now the Ancient is fully
Mati gue su, mati. Morblingnya mati.
He has the buyback. The fortification about to drop his JT dies inside the Ancient, but now the Ancient being exposed, being damaged by the likes of OG. Nothing to say, has to try to back away, but a swashbuckler brings him down, and OG take it out, and they take this series 2-0. That means G2IG eliminated, and OG move on.
Man, that happened so suddenly. We were just getting lulled into a false feeling of safety for both teams with those 2 pauses when they were having global inches. And then OG were like, oh, wait, we could also just win. What do you guys think? And yeah, eventually they overpower them. The Roshan's banner was too strong in that wave.
I mean, you were joking about that. That is actually a real thing.
It made a really big difference in that situation for sure. And there's just too much trash for IG to take care of in the base, and they can't do it. OG overwhelmed them with you pointed out the Eclipse. They throw it out. They force all of G2IG's heroes back into the fountain, and in the meantime, tons of structural damage coming out from Brew, from Marcy, from Luna. OG eventually forced their way through the Ancient. 55 minutes is what it took. A very strategic game, I want to say, from both teams in different fashions, but OG definitely proving to be the better team today.
Ari looking for some cheers, Birmingham. Let's hear it for OG as they take this series 2-0, but how do you think they're going to fare against Falcons, Cinder Man? That's going to be their next matchup?
Yeah, that's a very good question. In terms of style, I feel like what they just played against is very different from what Falcons are doing. I think Falcons don't draft this way. They pick way more in the way of teamfight and of stronger lanes and more heavy mid-game focus. So I think for OG, the challenge is they're going to be met with more of an even match in the earlier portions of the game. And that's really what they need to focus their preparation on, is how do we handle lanes? How do we not let Falcons get too far ahead in the... I want to say the 0 to 20 minute mark is really where Falcons actually win a lot of their games. OG's laning in this tournament has been really good, so I do think they have what it takes.
Except this game, destroying on the Nature's Prophet, honestly. I mean, he turned into a core, as we've seen before, but the laning stage was what really got the ball rolling as he ends the game with 4 kills, 19 assists, and I felt like Tomato just completely untouched. I mean, he died once, but 9, 1, and 10. He had a free laning stage, and Luna is just, in this patch, like, how do you even stop this hero given that kind of early farm?
Tomato actually died once this series.
That's true.
As he went 12-0-14 last game, so what a day for him. So
yeah. Let's go over to Teddy Boy for a nice interview.
Yeah, hi there. I am here with JT from G2IG. You must be very disappointed, but you must also be proud of getting this far in the tournament.
Still not satisfied because maybe we expected more than this, but I mean, life goes on, yeah.
Do you still think Seb should retire?
Maybe not this time.
Maybe not this time. Good, well said. Now, one last thing. Is there anything you'd like to say to all your fans out there who've supported you?
Thanks for supporting. I hope you guys keep support us forever. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for giving us some great dota. Let's give a round of applause for G2IG. Let's go and talk to OG who won this series now. I've got the hometown crowd favorite. Ari, my boy. First of all, congratulations on this series win. How great is it to be playing in front of a bunch of fans who are singing your name?
The crowd's amazing. I loved it.
I bet you did. Can we get what is the chant? Ari, Ari, Ari. That must feel good. Do you feel like when you guys get on LAN, you sort of power up? A lot of teams say they do.
Absolutely. I think we play so much better. I mean, maybe not better on LAN, but I think we really love the atmosphere, the high stakes. It's like our team really thrives on this pressure.
And how far, obviously, I know what you're going to say, but how far do you think you guys can go in this tournament?
All the way.
All the way, baby. Thank you, Ari. Thank you, OG. And back to you guys.
Well, at this rate, all the way, I can see it happening. Of course, we'll see OG later today again as they get the honor of playing up against Falcons. But top 4 secured here for a squad, T-Gov, that wasn't even supposed to be here to begin with, and they did it in great fashion.
Yeah, it's how competitive the Western Europe region is.
Pantas
Again, to
demi
remind everyone, OG, they didn't qualify because they lost to Tundra. Where's Tundra in this tournament right now? They're in the next series. Top 3 already locked in. Like, they lost to a team that is doing incredibly well themselves. And yeah, OG, an exceptional series here today. I gotta say though, Seb, you know, JT said about retirement, but I think he played some of the best that he's done in this tournament on stage today. It was incredible. The Enigma, the Nature's Prophet, just exceptional stuff from him.
I mean, the way also that they're rotating, like we can see in these clips, like minute 8, Tomatoes mid, Whispers mid, he TP's in on a Nature's Prophet that Mr. George Cow himself called in the panel. Like they just know what they need to do. And, I mean, we've always known OG, the way they win games and what they do is like collapsing together, playing fast, doing stuff that maybe some other teams won't, and they just kind of show it. And if you're not ready...
I got really worried for OG there for a while. Yeah, the early game execution was great, but IG held on and they did exactly what they needed to do to have a chance to win. OG got caught a few times and maybe felt a little rattled, but at some point they just recomposed and found the 2 perfect fights that just turned around the game for them and sealed the deal.
I think sometimes OG have been in the position of going high ground, diving a little bit too deep, and then like kind of losing track of what they need to do. But this time around, they showed that discipline of finding that reset, being able to actually understand how to win the game. Some of the group stage games, they lost these games. So they have improved since
Yeah, it was also, by the way, our first 2-0 here on the main stage, which is quite unusual, but OG definitely made it worth it. And yeah, I did think at some point there was a shot at the comeback for G2IG, and I think if you think about that, it was mostly around the time where they got the Aegis, they got the Roche, they got it, you said, okay, it's going to be maybe 3 gamer.
Prediksiku ini bakalan 3 game yang nanti kesini adalah Tundra.
It's a great catch by OG, you know, sometimes it's worth taking the fight even if you don't have the Aegis. I mean, the team fight coming out from OG, that's really what shown this game. They had no tools against IG in a fair fight, and they had to just stall.
And that is like one of the things that the best teams will do. They will find this moment to clutch it out. Maybe you're not ready for 5 seconds. That's where the strike kangaroo comes in. Bruce Smith overwhelming, and suddenly you're like, well, what does this Aegis do if Morph is the only one alive at the very end? So yeah, OG, just a very deserved win here.
I do think at the moment, share, like, subscribe.
I was going to bring it up.
Semuanya
kalian
welcome pun.
I'm not going to try and stand here like, oh, they play the entire match. That's great, you know, there's a top Vlads and a bottom Vlads. No, I think
versus Burnley setengah jam lagi. Terima kasih yang sudah nonton. Mampir. Entah apapun itu, terima kasih. Kita ketemu lagi mungkin nanti pagi atau nanti besok malam. Oke, terima kasih, sampai jumpa.